Good morning. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby called to order. Good morning, colleagues, staff, listening and viewing audience. Today, we will receive an update from the Bureau of Corrections prior to the hearing legislation. We are in the month of December, and the holiday season is upon us. During this time, I ask that we all show love and compassion to our neighbors, friends, and family. And for the drivers, please slow down, because most of our accidents in this month for sure, they'll normally be speeding. We got riders, we got people exercising, so show that compassion, show that love, and slow down. Madam Clerk, please proceed with the roll call.
Senator Angel Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes absent. Senator Dwayne N. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent.
No, he's present. He's
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Present.
Senator Joseph present. Mr. Chair, we have three present, 4 absent.
Any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Chair? Madam Clerk.
December 4th, Honorable Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Notice of absence. Dear Chairman Joseph, please be advised that I will not be in attendance at today's meeting of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, scheduled to convene at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawette's conference room on St. Croix. I remain fully supportive of the committee's ongoing efforts to advance public safety, accountability, and justice for all Virgin Islanders. Respectfully, Angel Bulkes Jr.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you record Senator Angel Bulkes as excused and Senator Gittins as present? So,
Thursday, December 4th, 2025. Tardy arrival for Thursday, December 4th, 2025 committee meeting. Dear Senator Joseph, I hope this message finds you well. I am writing to respectfully inform you that I will be tardy to the committee meeting scheduled for Thursday, December 4th, 2025 due to a previously scheduled appointment. I note the importance of today's agenda and I look forward to weighing in on the discussion upon my arrival. Thank you for your attention and understanding. Best regards, Avery Lewis.
Record Senator Lewis as excused. You believe? No more correspondence?
There's no more correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Could you count over the tally on the...
Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent. 4 present, 1 excused, 1 tardy, and 2 absent.
Thank you. We have a quorum, so could you read the agenda into the records, please?
Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. The 36th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will meet on Thursday, December 4th, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawette's conference room on St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands to consider the following agenda. Block 1. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the Bureau of Corrections, including but not limited to status of the federal consent decree to include the joint motion filed to terminate court-ordered monitoring of medical services at the John Bell Adult Correctional Facility. Status on payments to all vendors to include the independent monitoring team. Status on staffing, staff safety, healthcare, sanitation, and fire safety at all Bureau of Corrections facilities and at facilities where inmates are housed. Status of all capital projects and capital improvement projects. Status of the Bureau of Corrections long-term plans for staffing, recruitment, and retention, improvement of facilities, and strategic initiative to include those aimed at rehabilitation of inmates and reducing recidivism. Invited testifier, Ms. Winnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. Block 2, Bill number 36-0105, an act Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, by prohibiting the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, Delta-6 THC, Delta-8 THC, and Delta-10 THC products in the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Honorable Gordon Ray, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. Honorable Justa Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health. Ms. Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director, VI Office of Cannabis Regulation. Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Ms. Reese Richards, Chair, VI Industrial Hemp Commission. Deputy Commissioner, VI Department of Agriculture. Mr. William Waldo, Owner, Virgin Abyss. Ms. Lindsay Rithamel, Owner, The Remedy. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The testifiers are present, so can we have all the testifiers place the name on the record by title? We'll start with the Director, Ms. Testamar.
Good morning. Winnie Testamark, Director, Bureau of Corrections.
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget Manager, Bureau of Corrections.
Good morning. Dr. Linda Carwood, Medical Director.
Good morning. Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director, Support Services.
St. Thomas. State your name on the record.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Dr. Kaiser Callwood, Chief Deputy Officer.
Thank you. Director Testamar, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Vice Chairman Ray Fonseca, esteemed members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Senator Giddens, Senator Lewis, Senator Bokes, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Johnson, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and all those joining us in person and virtually via YouTube and Facebook. My name is Winnie Testamark, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Today, I appear before you with deep respect and a renewed sense of purpose to present an operational update for the Bureau of Corrections. Before we delve into the details of our testimony, allow me to introduce some of the committed leadership team that stands besides me, each a pillar in our daily operations and strategic vision. Peter Abrams, Dr. Linda Carwood, Dr. Kaiser Carwood, Ms. Phillips Gums, who's absent today, Ms. Kathy Monroe, and I have a whole host of operational and executive team also in the chambers. The wardens for both facilities are also here. Several other key members of our management team are also present in chambers ready to provide insight and clarity when needed. Status of the federal consent decree. The Bureau continues to advance towards full compliance with the federal consent decree. In the Soinkoy case and during the Thursday, November 20th, 2025 consent decree status hearing, Senior District Court Judge Wilma Lewis cited the Bureau's sustained and verifiable compliance with required medical and dental care standards, affirming that the long-standing deficiencies that once defined the facility's medical operations have been replaced with sound, modern, and constitutionally compliant practices after 39 years. The court's determination follows encouraging updates from the panel of court-appointed monitors who reported ongoing progress across several additional operational areas. The termination of medical and dental care provisions marks an historic benchmark and powerful testament to the Bureau's commitment to professional excellence, accountability, and the medical and dental treatment of individuals entrusted to its custody. It also signals the beginning of the final phase of compliance as the Bureau continues to its forward trajectory towards completion resolution of the settlement agreement after more than 39 years of federal supervision. In the St. Thomas case, the Bureau continues to ensure monthly status reports are submitted consistently to document progress and demonstrate commitment to compliance. The fiscal year 2026 budget underscores the territory's intent to exit these costly federal consent decrees. The Bureau's funding prioritized demonstrate its strong and deliberate commitment to enhancing public safety and institutional effectiveness. Key areas of focus includes 1, addressing correctional officer vacancies to ensure adequate staffing and improve facility security. 2, expanding and sustaining comprehensive medical and mental health services to meet the diverse needs of the inmate population. And recruiting essential civilian personnel to support the Bureau's strategic initiatives and operational goals. All remaining components of the consent decree are tracked through written corrective action plans. Internal compliance teams monitor progress and timelines remain in effect to ensure full adherence. Status of payments to all vendors, including the independent monitoring team. Vendor payment obligations have been reconciled and entered into the payment system. For fiscal year 2025, 85 outstanding vendor payments invoicing totaling approximately $2.8 million are in various stages of processing in coordination with the Department of Finance. Payments to the independent monitoring team are up to date and continue to follow the established guidelines and schedules. The Bureau continues to utilize its payment cycle controls to prevent backlogs and ensure continued vendor stability. Staffing, staff security, healthcare, sanitation, and fire safety. The Bureau is authorized for 222 positions and currently has 158 filled, leaving 61 vacancies and 3 new positions. Recruitment efforts remain active through targeted advertisement, expanding training pipelines, and enhanced retention initiatives. However, with a 1.2 reduction to our proposed fiscal year budget of $37.7 million, resulting in an approved total of $36.4 million, we are being required to eliminate 25 of the 61 vacant positions. Staff safety protocol remains in full effect at all facilities, including off-island partner locations. The Bureau continues to meet required healthcare standards reflected in the fiscal year 2025 medical and mental health expenditures of approximately $4 million. Approximately 40% of the inmate population is receiving mental health treatment. Sanitation levels remain consistent with regulatory requirements through daily inspections and contracted services. Fire safety practices and procedures have been maintained and are undergoing further upgrades as part of the Bureau's capital improvement plan. Inmates detainees. As of December 3rd, 2025, the Bureau of Corrections houses a total of 374 inmates. Of those, 220 are held locally, 133 at John A. Bell, which is 76 detainees and 57 inmates, and 87 at the Alexander Farrell Lee Criminal Justice Complex, 65 detainees and 22 inmates. The local population consists of 209 males and 11 females. An additional 154 inmates are housed in the mainland facilities, 32 in Virginia and 122 in Mississippi. Status of capital and capital improvement projects. All capital and infrastructure projects remain active and are progressing. Major initiatives include installation of the 900 kilowatt backup generator at John A. Bell and a 500 kilowatt generator at the Farrelly complex. Approximately 95% completion of perimeter lighting upgrades at John A. Bell. Initiating development of a new fire alarm and suppression system for the John A. Bell facility to enhance safety and ensure future compliance with modern standards. Completion of the architectural design for a new 207-bed facility at the Swan Annex site, with the request for proposal currently under development for a public-private partnership. Continued work with the Modular Detention Center and district-wide infrastructure enhancements. These projects strengthen security, compliance, and operational continuity. Long-term plans for staffing, facility improvement, rehabilitation, and recidivism reduction. The Bureau's long-term strategic plan includes the following priorities: staffing, recruitment, and retention, expansion of recruitment pipelines, onboarding strategies, enhancement of career development, training pathways, and retention incentives, alignment of staffing patterns with facility needs and federal requirements. Facility modernization. Modernization of security systems and physical infrastructure across both districts. Implementation of energy efficient systems, emergency backup solutions, and upgraded life safety technologies. Continued planning and construction aligned with long-term facility demand. Rehabilitation and recidivism reduction. Expansion of educational and vocational programs with 72 inmates actively enrolled as of December 25th at John A. Bell, 38, and CJC, 34. Continuous engagement of inmate work programs with 66 inmates actively engaged as of December 2025 at John A. Bell, 49, and CJC, 17. Strengthening reentry programs and partnership with community and behavioral health organizations. Maintenance of a 3-year recidivism rate of 11%, 65 rearrested out of 575 released, significantly below the national average of 68%. This figure reflects a detailed analysis of the 2022 cohort tracked over a 3-year period, ongoing delivery of evidence-based programs aligned with the Bureau's mission to prepare inmates for successful reintegration. Conclusion. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections remains committed to operational excellence, federal and territorial compliance, fiscal accountability, and the safety and rehabilitation of those entrusted to our care. We continue to modernize our systems, strengthen our workforce, improve our facilities, and advance initiatives that reduce recidivism and enhance public safety. I extend a special thanks to you, to Senate President Milton Potter, Senator Marvin Blyden, and Senator Angel Bokis for their consistent support of our inmate programs and for their continued presence at our graduation ceremonies in the St. Thomas District. Your encouragement reinforces the transformational work taking place within our facilities. I also extend sincere appreciation to Senator Clifford Joseph for his recent visit to the John A. Bell facility and for conducting an in-person walkthrough to observe the great work at the Bureau and to gain a deeper understanding of our operational needs. As we move forward, I respectfully urge the legislature to continue supporting the Bureau with the additional funding necessary to properly care for the individuals entrusted into our care, but especially those experiencing mental illness, to advance the construction of a new correctional facility, and to ensure critical upgrades to our aging infrastructure. These investments are essential to strengthening public safety and sustaining long-term compliance. As we close the calendar year, I extend warm season greetings and a heartfelt happy holidays to the dedicated men and women of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections for their continued service and professionalism. I also extend holiday blessings to the community we serve and protect. May this season bring peace, renewal, and continued strength as we move forward into the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Testamar. Yes, I did walk through the facility. It's a facility that I visit prior. I did some work in there as a civilian doing work inside of the facility. And yes, I know for sure that you're doing a good job with the, I dealt with some of the individuals that had mental challenges, and they themselves was like in the state of where they were at the time. At least when I visited anyway. They felt that the groups that they were in were set for themselves. I really didn't have any conversation with any of the correction officers, so everybody seems to be working together, and that's important. But at this time, I guess I'll go ahead and open the floor for round of questioning. We'll be using a 6-minute round. Sorry, 7-minute round. So I'll start off. Oh, first of all, let me first recognize my non-committee member, Senator Nobel Francis Jr. Thank you for being here with us today. And the order of today, the first senator to ask question would be Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator DeGraff, Senator Gittins, Senator Francis, and that's it for today. And myself, no one again. So, no further ado, Mr. Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much,
Recognized.
Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Before I proceed with my line of question, through the chair, I would request a copy of the all contracts agreement with the mainland prison, which is Virginia and Mississippi. And normally when we ask for these things, we don't receive them. I need to see a copy of those contracts. My first question to Director Testamar Do you have someone that works for you by the name of Susan Torres?
Yes.
Is that person in the well? In the chambers?
Yes.
Can we bring that person in the chambers for me, please? I really need to ask them a question because I've been calling, and they don't necessarily need to come, but I've been calling and leaving message for Miss Susan Torres. I leave my name, I leave my title, I leave my cell phone. And I've made over 4 or 5 calls, and I've yet to receive a return call. So I don't know what's going on with your system or the employee that I've been reaching out to. But I've made numerous calls. What's her title and what's her position?
Okay. Thank you for that. In the future, sir, if you try to reach one of my staff and you don't get them, please feel free to call me. You have my number. Give me a
What's
call.
her title and her position?
She's a classification supervisor.
Thank you very much. We'll deal with that on the next time anyway. You say you have 56 partial compliance area that's still unresolved. Which of these 56 items pose the highest risk of regression, and why have they not reached substantial and sustained compliance after all these years?
Thank you for that question, sir. If you look at the chart in which I presented, the 23rd monitoring report, at that time we had 7 compliance, 81 was partial compliance, 18 was substantial compliance, 17 was sustained compliance, and 20 was downgraded. Now, at the 31st report, we have 0 in non-compliance, we have 56 partial compliance, we have 39 substantial compliance, and we have 29 and 48 sustained compliance, and 2 downgraded.
Well, my
Again, I
question-
say to you,
My
that was
questions
then,
still remain, right?
and
Which
this
one
is
of
now.
these? Give me a minute, because you're going to take my time up explaining a lot. The basic question is which one of these items that are not in compliance is a high risk of regression? That's the basic question.
Well, when you say a high risk of regression, I don't know what are you speaking of, but what I will say to you that the agency continues to work with the monitors to help achieve. However, there's some things that's not within the Bureau's scope, i.e. a facility. The facility is aging, and there are a lot of things like the fire suppression system. John A. Bell does not have that. We've been trying to achieve that for years. However, the system that's required based on the fire standards of today, it costs millions of dollars. I have Mr. Our facility manager here. He could elaborate more about that. So when you talk about which one is more at risk, that one, because we talk about safety for not only the inmates, but also the staff.
So have you ever propose or request anything when you come to the finance chair in regards to those fire emergency suppression?
Yes, sir. Every year.
Every year. All right. You have some prisoners in the mainland, and I receive calls daily from these prisoners. And one of the concerns that they continue to complain about is in order for them to get a visit, when they put their family member name on the list up there, it has to be sent to the Virgin Islands. And then the Virgin Islands, and this is what the prisoner are telling me, so I need some correction here. And then the Virgin Islands have to approve it, and it still has to go back up there for the mainland to approve it. Some prisoners saying 6-7 months, they can't get even a brother to be approved. Why this process is taking so long?
Well, first, let me state to you, sir, that anyone that's off island that requests a visit, that visit is approved within seconds. It doesn't take months. It doesn't take days. Once they send the documentation, and most of them, the ones that have come through the office, their family will let me know in advance they're going. The information is sent to the facility with the person's name and a copy of their ID, and the visit is scheduled way in advance. So I don't know if you have a name of someone that
I won't do that. Madam, I will never give you a name of a prisoner that I speak to. And I'm very sincere about that.
Well, and that's fine and well, but then obviously
Because
you're not
what
interested in
happens,
solving
give me a
problems.
minute. Ma'am, I'm speaking. When I speak, you listen. That's how we work in here. You could get time with a chair if you choose to. But we're not going to go through this all the time. When I'm speaking, you listen. And then if anything, he'll give you sufficient time to answer whatever I didn't get answer or to answer what you want to explain. But you're telling me that the process, what I said, is that true? Yes or no? Do they have to send from the mainland down here to get approval? No.
That is not accurate.
All right. Well, you tell me if a prisoner wants to visit one of the prisoners in the mainland. I'm not speaking about nobody here. Let's pick Virginia for, you got Virginia and Mississippi. If someone from Virginia, one of our prisoners, want or request one of the family members to visit them, what's the process?
The process is the information is sent in.
Sent where?
If they're in Virginia, they give it to their caseworker. In addition, the family member here, wherever they are residing, they will also submit the documentation, the dates of travel, a copy of their ID, so that could be sent to the facility.
If the family live in the mainland, how's that process?
They submit their documentation. We live in a digital world, sir.
Where do they submit the documentation?
To the administrative office here in St. Croix.
Well, then what the prisoner said to me is correct. It has to come to the Virgin Islands to go back to the mainland. Is that correct?
Sir, if they're in the mainland, if the visit is initiated in the mainland, it will start in the mainland. Either way, the process is completed.
Time.
So that was complete.
The individuals submit the documentation, IDs are presented, and the visits are approved and scheduled.
All right. I'm going to wrap up on this. If I want to visit a prison in the mainland, what's my status to get a visit?
When you say you mean?
Franklin Johnson, Senator Johnson.
As a senator?
Yeah.
We will send notification to the facility advising them that you would like to visit, who you would like to visit, and then that is done through them.
So I have to select prisoners? Can I not go and visit and have a conversation with all the prisoners that are under our jurisdiction?
We will have to arrange that. There are prisons in the facility. They're secured facilities. You can't just go up and say, I want to see Johnny or Sue. It doesn't work like that.
No. Recently, you moved a lot of prisoners down to Mississippi. Am I correct with that?
The territory contracts with Virginia Department of Corrections and Core Civic. Core Civic, which is a company, they have facilities in Mississippi. They were housed in Florida. However, the commission for that particular county asked that the Virgin Islands inmates be removed from that county. They've been asking that for years. We've been trying to offload it. However, it came to the final push where they had to move them, so they removed all.
Is it because of payments?
No, this has nothing to do with payments. They're still with the company Core Civic. This has nothing to do with the payments.
No, and that's why I'm asking, Mr. Chair, the reason for me asking for these contracts, right? In conversation with some of the prisoners there, we have some older guys, and they're complaining that they're now housed, guys 70 years old, they're now housed with people in their cell 20 and 25 years old. You know, this doesn't sit well. There's no way a 70-year-old man and a 20-year-old man gonna have a good relationship in a cell block. When I worked at the Bureau, we had one unit for the older guys. And we put older guys to live with older guys. And I quite sure across the mainland, they don't do that. And that's why I want to see what are we putting in our contract to find out if we are approving this type of living quarters where somebody 70 years old that been in prison for a length of time is in a cell block with somebody 20 and 25 years old. Because that's pretty much setting up somebody, either the young guy or the old guy. But somebody is being set up. And it will only be a matter of time before either our prisoner get hurt or somebody prisoners get hurt. That, I just wanted that to be on the record. But I definitely want to make sure that we follow up to make sure we get a copy of this contract to see what we are putting in these contract requirements with these facilities on the mainland. Thank you very much for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I need to respond.
You
to
can
that.
respond.
Thank
That's
you.
it. You can.
Senator Johnson, and for everyone that's listening, I need to make sure that everybody understands with that example that you just made. There are housing units that houses approximately 64 individuals. In those housing units, you have individual cells. The Virgin Islands inmates are housed in a housing unit. However, those individuals are in a house, in a bed by themselves. A door opens the door, one person in each room. However, there's a housing unit. There's nothing changed. Those individuals, they just moved from Florida to Mississippi. Same style of jailing setup. They're in their own room. However, in the dorm, they have the same people that they were housed with in Mississippi is the same individuals. They're not in a room with a 25-year-old. So I wanted to make that clear because when you use that example, that was not correct.
Yeah, I give you 30 seconds. Go ahead. Recognize Senator Johnson, Mike, please.
You're saying, Director, that these prisoners that are in Mississippi, anyone at the facility, no one is in individual cell block with two in a cell?
They are housed, that facility houses 5,000 individuals. There's a whole section to house VI because they try to keep them separate.
Director,
they're in a room by themselves.
Slow down for me, Director. And I think I just asked my question as plain as I can. And this language is going across ain't helping me. Is there no one in the facilities that we have our prisoners housed in cell block with two in a cell block? I think that's a yes or no.
The older gentlemen are housed in a room by themselves. And again, I travel to the mainland every year. You're more than welcome to come, anyone, to come and join us so that you could see exactly the living situation with the inmates in Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Thank you, Director Testamar, for your response. Before I move on to the next senator, my next colleague, when I know you have this 39-year consent decree, but when you meet a certain standard, is it gone away or you have to maintain a standard in order to?
When you reach compliance, you have to be substantial and sustained. Once you've reached that, you have 18 months in which it has to remain compliant in order for them to release. Just like the medical standards, we've been in sustained compliance for over a year, and that was able to help us to come out of the consent decree for medical. However, there's some security issues that we may be compliant today, and then for whatever reasons, if we don't do our checks on time, if we don't turn in our reports on time, you start it all over again, that monitoring period.
Okay, thank you for that response. At this time, I'd like to recognize the next non-committee member, Senator Kurt Billy. Thank you for being here with us today. So at this time, Senator DeGrasse. Oh, sorry. Point of information, Mr. Senator Francis. Could you recognize Senator Francis Mike, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, and thank you for your testimony, Director Testamark. In regards to my colleague question about the housing of individuals, a 70 and a 25-year-old, can you perhaps explain, because obviously there's information that's been circulated that in fact that there are individuals that's being in the same room, and maybe you could separate room from cell block, and just to be able to provide some clarification to the community in respect to how they're residing in these facilities. I think that will help.
Thank you for that. Yes, classification of the inmates It's a constitutional mandate. So you have to, you look at the risk of the individuals. And these particular individuals in which we speak of here, yes, they're of age. However, they're not housed with a 25-year-old. Again, you may be in the dorm, but you're not in the room with the individual. The sleeping room is 62 rooms in a cell block. And each is housed individually.
Before I move on to the next senator, just to be clear, we want to make sure when they're asking the question, you wait,
Okay.
so we don't have no entanglement throughout the rest of the process.
Okay, thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning. All of you listening present. Director, how many beds in those rooms in those 62 in that cell block?
Some rooms have individual bunks and some have double. Many times, again, because our population is not as large, that's why, again, the facility holds 5,000 individuals. We only have 122 there. So those rooms, although they have double bunks, those individuals use that top bunk to usually house their personal things in it.
Okay. Okay, let's talk officer and inmate safety. You talk about a fire suppression system. What is used currently if a fire breaks out at those facilities?
I will let Mr. Walker explain. Oh, Peter.
Hold the time. Hold it.
Yeah.
Senator's time.
Good morning, Senators. Raymond Walker, Bureau of Corrections Facilities Manager. In regards to the fire system right now, we are working on getting the scope of work. Contractor informed me yesterday that his check was ready and he was picking it up to take it to New York. Once he gets it to New York, they're supposed to finalize the scope of work, and he's bringing it back with him next week. And then we can start the process of getting it out for bid and get the work done. Currently, we're...
Mr. Chair, excuse me 1 minute. Excuse me 1 minute. We are talking about if a fire breaks out, what is being done now? That's what we are speaking of, the same thing?
Yes, I was getting to that. I was just saying that we are working on finalizing the scope of work so we can get it out to bid and get this work completed.
Okay, because excuse me again, I do apologize. The director stated that she has put in a budget for the fire suppression system several occasions. And she said that she doesn't have the money for it. So that's why I'm a bit confused now. What is being put out for scope if you don't have the money?
We have to put out the scope of work, and then we have to find the money, just like we've done with every other major project. That's the way we get it done. Once we get a scope of work, we submit it to Public Works engineers, they bless it, and then it gets sent on to property and procurement to put it out for bid.
Okay, so do we have a cost?
No, not until we get the scope of work. The scope of work will come with an engineer's estimate, but we don't have that engineer's estimate right now. I anticipate next week when they come back from New York, the engineers, that we get a engineer's estimate.
Okay, excuse me. So why I'm so confused again was because, like I said, the director said she has put it out for funding in prior years. So I assumed all of that was already done in conjunction. So that's now for a fire suppression system. Currently, if a fire was to happen, what is the procedure? What will take place in your facilities for officer and inmate safety and all personnel?
We do have smoke detectors in the units that work. So if the smoke detector goes off, they will use fire extinguishers if possible. We call for a general alarm, and all the officers in the area will come to help in case there is a fire. But right now, we are stuck with using manpower and handheld extinguishers.
So do you have an estimated time frame as to how long it would take the fire department to get to all of your facilities?
Have to ask Sammy. No, I don't have a frame. The times when we have done our fire drills, the fire department did not take long to get there, but I don't have a time frame, no, sorry.
Okay, what I would like to see is, I guess, the documentation or your policies for your fire drills, because we're going to deal with the here and now for the safety of everyone. Your fire drills, how often you conduct them, and your procedure. So you could get that through the chair, again, going forward. Director, you mentioned in terms of how much inmates do we have per district? John Bill, yeah.
Director Testamont, currently we have 133 at John A. Bell, 76 detainees, 57 inmates, and 87 at the Farrelly Criminal Justice Complex, 65 detainees and 22 inmates.
Have those two facilities maxed out?
Currently, the population, yes, they have maxed out. CJC is only allotted really 85 beds. We're currently to capacity. And at the John A. Bell facility, we only have 6 housing units, and inmate population, the sentenced individuals, that housing units only houses 62, and there's 57 inmates with about 3 units that's not operable.
Okay, so what are the standard inmate per officer ratios that we're supposed to have? So even if you're maxed out, are we to a critical ratio, or are we at still a standard ratio of inmate to officer ratio?
No, we're not critical. We are currently at Johnny Bell. We are not maxed out. We are not critical as of yet. It's just that CJC, which is a small facility, 1 floor, is very limited space.
Okay, so none of your facilities are in any dire position in terms of inmate versus officer ratio?
No.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Johnson. Please recognize Senator Johnson. Mike, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When was the last fire drill done at any of your facility?
And second, I have the fire life safety here, Assistant Warden Samuel. He could respond to that.
All right. No, stay. You got a lot of room up here.
Good morning. My name is Omar Stanwell. I'm the Fire Life Safety Manager for the Bureau of Corrections and also the Assistant Warden at John A. Bell.
Say that again?
Also the Assistant Warden at John A. Bell Correctional Facility.
Did you hear the question?
No, I did not.
The question was, when was the last fire drill done in any other facility?
Okay. The last fire drill that was done in CJC facility in St. Thomas was November 23rd. Fire services was there to observe the fire drill. Also for Johnny Bell, the last fire drill was done in October 13th. Fire services responded from Grove Place. It took approximately 8 to 9 minutes for them to reach to the facility.
What kind of time it took for you to get the prisoners out of the unit?
So that fire drill was not done in a housing unit, it was done in the shops area. And to evacuate everybody from the shops area took us around 5 minutes.
I think my question is more for the cell. So when was the last fire drill done in the cell area?
In the cell areas, the last fire drill was done in last quarter. So that would have been in September. Time frame for that varies depending on which housing unit. So the last one, a 9 Bravo unit, it took us about 4 minutes to evacuate everybody.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, in my earlier questioning, Director Tessamark, you told me that I have your number. And I have a text here that I sent to you on September 4th. And I have not received a response. And the cell phone does keep dates. That's one thing good about these technology that we have here. The last time I was trying to reach to you, I didn't receive a call, and I could bring my phone to you and show you a text on September 4th that I haven't got a response to up to this day. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Point of information to Senator DeGraff. Could you recognize Senator DeGraff? Mike, please. Or you don't.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The gentleman that just spoke for corrections, could I get his name again and title?
Samuel, I am the Assistant Warden at Johnny Bell Facility and also the Fire Life Safety Manager for Bureau of Corrections.
Okay, Assistant Warden Samuel, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, so the information that I requested when you were asked about the previous senator in regards to the fire drill, you mentioned November 23rd, which is a year ago. What is standard for your fire drills to take place? How often should they be? Every quarter? Every 6 months? How is it supposed to be? Standard?
Okay, I think you misunderstood. It is November of last month. And every quarter is required by NFPA to do fire drills in your facility.
Okay, November last month. Okay, I got you. I was thinking we still in November. My apologies. Thank you very much. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
At this time, I'll recognize Senator Kenneth Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Director, how are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
I've been trying to see you since about July, August, so welcome. I have literally 9 pages of questions. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but we're going to get there. Now, let me ask you first off, how much monies to date have the Bureau paid in federal consent decree? Or do you happen to have at least the amount that you have paid since you're in office?
I don't have the number since I've been in office, 2019, but I could give you the number that we presented to the budget when we had our budget here.
Okay, if you could get there for me, because I'm gonna say publicly again, I really believe that this federal consent decree is a scheme going on. We're paying hundreds of millions of dollars in these federal consent decrees. Ain't nobody need more federal oversight watchdog hanging over them more than ICE right about now with their conduct. And nobody ain't watching that, right? But they got the local government, the state governments hamstring to this federal consent decree. I'm hoping to see our good president hold to his word to get rid of these federal consent decrees. We could do a lot more with these monies. I'm going to skip the federal consent decree parts. We could talk offline. I saw you gave us some stats, but I still need to see what remains outstanding. I want to go straight to the social media videos of these inmates assaulting each other and whatnot. I need you to explain to us how was this able to occur within a restricted facility such as yours? How are these videos made and disseminated to the public?
Director Testamont, thank you for that question. Unfortunately, we have contraband that comes into our facilities. One of our main contraband is a cell phone. Cell phones currently is going for $1,000 a pop. Unfortunately, inmates are assaulted. And unfortunately, they're recorded by those contraband cell phones.
So let's put a pin right there. Have you done an investigation to determine how these cell phones are coming into the institution?
Yes, we have.
I'm not going to ask you to put it on the record, but are you making headway as to how they are getting into the institution?
Yes, we are.
And are you handling that to the strictest of your ability?
Yes, I am.
Good. So have these investigations been completed thus far?
We have some that's been completed, and I think we have a couple that's ongoing. We're working with our external stakeholders also.
So those that are completed, how far are we? Where are we with this? Were there any charges brought? Any arrests made? What?
Those are ongoing, and I cannot comment because, again, we're working with external stakeholders.
You could comment and tell me whether or not there were any charges filed formally or if there were any arrests made thus far.
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Now, what permanent measures are being implemented now to prevent future violent incidents and the entry or the use of these contraband recordings within the institution?
We continue to hold staff accountable, continue to do security checks. Staff coming into the facility, they're restricted to a particular clear bag, and just staff just basically doing their jobs, supervisors doing their jobs.
You firing anybody? Because if it's they bringing it in, I expect for them to be fired and charged. We got to get serious. It's not just the safety and well-being of the inmates, but the safety and well-being of the personnel within that institution. You know, the Bureau of Corrections is the one agency I always try to deter people from going to. That doesn't sound right for me to say that. But truth be told, we got to get this right. So I'm hopeful that we're not sparing anyone with this. This is people's lives on the line. I could remember my first term sitting here and speaking to the then director of Bureau of Corrections, who I asked the governor to actually remove from the post. And I advised him or asked him if he was aware of a firearm in his institution and not in the hands of the officers, but amongst the inmate population. And he sat there and just looked at me as if, what are you talking about? It wasn't 2 weeks later, an inmate shot another inmate right inside a Golden Grove. So when some of us speak, ain't that we know what we're talking about. Let me speak for me. When I speak, ain't that I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm asking for the safety and well-being of all within the institution that we pull up our socks and do what we need to do. The staffing level, since you went there, what are the current staffing levels compared to the authorized levels? How many positions remain vacant? Just tell me that?
We have 61 position remains vacant.
61. And these are all officers?
No, it's a combination of officer and civilians.
Can you tell me the breakdown?
Dr. Kaiser A. Cowwood, he can expand upon that.
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you repeat the
Time.
question so I can respond?
The director just indicated that there are 61 vacancies. Apparently, this is not only sworn officers. And Mr. Chair, time was called, but I beg your indulgence. Thank you. 61 vacant positions. I'm asking the breakdown between sworn, bless you, and civilian with this 61 vacancies.
Thank you. So based on our current numbers in terms of sworn, we have 43 in St. Croix in terms of officers, 24 in St. Thomas. We have 2 sergeants in St. Thomas.
No. Oh, slow down.
Total of 72.
Excuse me. I don't want to know how much you have. I want to know about the vacancy.
You said a breakdown.
Yeah, of
Or
the
you want to break the 61 vacancies?
Slow
How
down
much-
for me.
how much are
Slow down
officers?
for me, good Dr. Coward. I want to know about the 61 vacancies, not how much you have, not how much sergeants you have, how much officers you have. I want to know strictly about the vacancies. How many are officers versus civilians?
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I can get that for you. Give me 2 seconds.
And while you're at it, can you tell me also the incentives or initiatives that are in place to improve the recruitment drive?
Thank you. So in terms of the numbers for the vacancies, in terms of officers, for security staff, we have a total of 24 of the 61.
24 officers. And
of the 61 security related.
Okay. And of that 24, how many for St. Thomas, how many for St. Croix? And then lastly, just tell me about the incentives and initiatives that's taking place to improve the recruitment drive.
So in terms of the initiatives taken for the recruitment drives, the correction is always on site in terms of all the various job vacancy, career fairs that we have here in the Virgin Islands. We are on most every radio station in terms of posting. We are on Facebook, Indeed.com, wherever that we have an opportunity to present opportunities for persons to apply to the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections, participate in those. In terms of the breakdown between the 24 that I provided to you, we have 16 on St. Croix and 8 St. Thomas.
16 St. Croix, 8 St. Thomas. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, I'll just throw in, I wanted to also know about the, have all the staff, especially those in security, received updated training in use of force, de-escalation, and even emergency response?
Yes, currently we're in a process we do our own training in conjunction with POST, and they are currently on the track for refresher training.
Honestly, I don't trust our own training. Have they been trained, have they received any updated training by certified trainers within use of force, de-escalation, or even emergency response?
I can tell you about the last, yes, they have. And they are now in a new cycle for retraining because every year they receive refresher training.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield until the next round.
Could you recognize Senator Johnson for his point of information? Recognize his mic, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. During the line of questioning from my colleagues, there was 2 questions that was asked. And I want some clarification on it because I've seen those videos where these individuals was beat down as far as I'm concerned. And these are charges that should be charged in court. Have anyone been charged with police also coming in, arresting, charging them? I'm not actually with the process where it is. My main question is, have anyone been charged in the court of law for the assault that they have done to these individuals? And the second question was about these contraband, these cell phone. Have any officers have been caught, and have any officers have been charged? Two simple questions. The beatdown that those prisoners receive, have anybody been charged in court?
The first question, the one incident that I know of, I know that the inmates were charged. We have disciplinary hearing for those individuals. I'll have to check and let you know if they were charged locally by the police. The second question, have any, you said officers been charged, reference to that? No, not at this time.
There's more than one video out there and more than one individual that was assaulted. And these are charges that should go straight to the courthouse. Not in-house what you're doing. People are being abused. And the in-house charges ain't gonna change. You might get them 10 more days in a cell block. They're done, they're in jail. They should be charged in a court of law where they get sentenced to more time. And if that haven't happened, I don't see it happening again, because a couple of those videos are from last year. And this cannot continue in the Bureau where people are put in there. They've been punished by being in prison already, but now they're being beat down in prison. And these videos are all over, more than one of them. And nobody ain't being charged. That's not right. And that's not just for those people who being taken advantage of. It's not just. It's not right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Could you recognize the mic for Senator Gittins, please? Point of information.
So, obviously, these social media postings is a needle in our behinds. So it's not just officers working in the institution. So it could be any employee. And I agree with my colleague that the administrative process in itself is not sufficient. So let's go back to what I asked pertaining to the completion of the investigations, whether or not any were completed. You said some were and some are ongoing. So those that were completed, were these cases actually referred to the Attorney General's office for prosecution? Because having this a cell phone device in the institution in itself is a criminal act. So have any of these cases been referred to the Attorney General office for prosecution?
Director Testamark, we have some cases that were referred to the AG's office for prosecution. I will have to get the stats on that for you to be able to complete that circle. But we have some cases that were referred to the Attorney General office. Also, we've had some other cases, whether it was the video or whether officers or staff just not following the law, where they were prosecuted, and I'm sure you're aware of, too, that's currently serving time now in prison. So we take it serious, staff, the safety of all, not only the inmates, but also the staff that's there in the facility that's work every day. But we take it very serious. And
punishment must be swift and severe. That is my point. We continue to stall. If we have the information, we need to ensure that it goes to the office of the Attorney General so that there can be criminal prosecution. This is serious. I agree with my colleague. It can't be just the administrative level. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before we leave from here today, please, whomever you need to talk to back at your office, I want to know the status of those completed investigations, whether or not they were referred to the office of the Attorney General.
Will do.
Thank you.
Director Testamark, how much individual you have working in a prison right now under the age of 39?
Under the age of 39?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to get that. I have to get back to you.
I just asked the question because I just wanted to make sure the time span for the consent decree. Nothing on you. Applause to you on where you at in getting some of them removed. But I'm looking at the 31st monitoring report indicates that 38 out of 39 substantially compliance. What is the one item remaining?
I don't know. I'll have to look. I could get back to you in a minute. I have my compliance person here that they could elaborate.
Well, could you have the compliance person?
Miss McIntosh?
This is complete.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Tamara McIntosh George, Quality Assurance Manager. Repeat your question.
You gotta get closer to the mic. Either pull it out or get close. Yeah, good.
Hi, good morning. Could you repeat your question?
What's the outstanding out of the 38 out of 39? What's the one that's missing?
So for clarification, that slash there, it does not represent out of. It's the 38 provisions, excluding medical provision, was in substantial compliance. With including medical provision that's now terminated was 39. So currently we're at 38 provisions that's in substantial compliance.
Okay, then you had 2 items that were downgraded. What's the third item?
What do you mean the third item? So the 2 items that were downgraded was within our mental health provisions. So the 38 removed the 39. So this was our testimonies provided within the court hearing prior to medical was terminated from our settlement agreement. At the time, we were looking at it as in 38%, 38 provisions are in substantial compliance. 29 provisions are in sustained compliance. 2 provisions was recently downgraded in the 31st reporting period within the mental health department.
What's the total provisions?
There's 125 provisions total.
Okay. No. I didn't, looking at the chart, I didn't see that number.
Understood.
Okay. So, next question. I see also in your testimony you have 40% of your inmates are being treated mentally or are mental patient. How it goes?
Yes, 40% of the population currently is being treated under the mental health umbrella.
Thank you for your response. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Kurt Billy. You got a point?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, St. Croix. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. I'm looking at the way that you're doing your monitoring report, and congratulations on meeting the medical and dental standards. That's a significant accomplishment. The way that you have it is a bit misleading, 38 out of 39. How many total issues were being monitored? You said 125? Go ahead. My time going. Go ahead.
Recognize the mic.
There, currently, with the medical and dental provisions being removed from the settlement agreement, there is 125 provisions still under the monitoring period.
Okay. So that should be the second number.
Correct.
It should be substantial compliance, 38 out of 124, 125. Partial compliance, 56 out of 125. Sustained compliance, 29 out of 125. So the way you're having it here, it looked like for substantial compliance, like you're at 90-something%, which is not accurate. So the second number, the denominator needs to change.
So just for clarification, this is just a chart that we presented within the court, and with Judge Lewis aware that we were reflecting 38 provisions, excluding medical was in substantial compliance, and 39
I understand.
But I understand.
I understand. But in terms of the testimony and for individuals out there, it has to be clear that we're speaking of 120 something.
Understood.
Okay, and there is, you have 56. You have 0 non-compliance. I mean, you should have bragged about it. You got 0 out of 120 something non-compliance. You have partial compliance 56. The numbers need to be true, and so that everyone could understand. But you're making progress. I do agree with my colleague that all of these federal consent decrees just a racket for somebody from America to make a lot of money, and they're sent to our education or prison, and they just rake up monies. And the longer we stay out of compliance and the longer they keep us out of compliance, the more money they make. It's an overall racket. Now, in reference quickly to the contraband you're finding, to me, that's just such a serious issue. And all answers in reference to contraband and to these videos on social media should have clear, concise answers. We saw the video, we identified the individuals who were placed on lockdown for X amount of days. It was recommended to the AG office, so-and-so is following up on it. That's the only way you're going to get it to stop. Because we're seeing one video after the next. And guess what? They're scared to put it up. They're scared because they're putting it up. And it's going out to the community, and they're probably scared because there's no repercussion. People only react when there's repercussion. There should be no heeing and hawing or hedging in reference to answer to contraband being in the prison. The entire staff need to know that if you found your contraband, you're going to be terminated. $1,000 a pop. I only need to bring 4 phones every month, and I got 4 down. That's a substantial business. And once you have substantial business, individuals are going to... I guess I'm going too fast to the tape. Once you have substantial business, individuals are going to try any way possible to make it happen. But you need to be firm in cracking down on that. And my colleague's question in reference to who's arrested AG, that should be clear answers. Because when it's not clear, this government look like we are joking when it comes to criminal activity. You refer something to the AG office in reference to an inmate getting beaten down by other inmates, and we don't know what is the result? We're supposed to know. We're supposed to be firing up every minute. You guys have cabinet meeting. If the AG and they what they're supposed to do, then you let them know. Now, in reference to federal detainees, are you still accepting individuals arrested by the feds?
Yes, we have a contract with them. And
no, not have a contract. Have you been accepting detainees since Thanksgiving, or have you had a hold because you're saying that the prison is filled?
Right. In St. Thomas, we have not been accepting anyone. They had 4 from ICE that we were not able to accept because we had capacity in St. Thomas. St. Thomas.
Doesn't the Fed pay for these individuals to be held?
Yes, however, we have the local that number is up. The local has been arresting a lot of individuals. So
doesn't it make sense to transfer some local from St. Thomas to St. Croix, open up some prison space so we could receive those federal monies?
That is correct. However, St. Croix also, our detainee population is high. We only have 2 houses.
Let me break it. We have a number 47 in the White House. You continue to not accept who the feds want, and then go and request federal monies, and eventually the repercussions, as small as it is going to come back to the Virgin Islands.
Okay.
If the federal government need to house somebody for a night, a day, and we say, no, we don't have any room, we're full, we can't take them, but they're paying full. They're paying for these detainees. We're not holding them for free. We have an issue when we're saying that we don't have sufficient space. We have an issue. It got to be fixed. We're asking for FEMA to work on the prison on St. Thomas, right? Or the institution on St. Thomas? Is FEMA funds going to be utilized for the build-out of the St. Thomas facility?
We're still in a posture. We're waiting.
So we don't know?
We have completed the design, and we're now waiting for the disaster ODR, that unit to complete the.
Okay, but have they said, is there a possibility that the Swan facility is going to be built with federal funds?
It's a possibility.
So we don't know the Swan Annex?
The Swan Annex, that's a facility that the design was completed. However, it has to go out for bid.
Okay, but besides the bid, how is it going to be paid for?
Hopefully with some FEMA money and private money and some government money. We hope.
Ain't got no government money. Where are you getting the government money from?
No, that's what I said. Hopefully, I don't.
But I'm hopefully telling you there's no government money.
Right. Oh, okay.
We have schools that are filled with mold, BCB closed, a bunch of different schools closed, and we don't have the money. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that, Mr. Chair, that we need to really dig into. I'm seeing public-private partnership. This body have not authorized any public-private partnership for a build-out of any penal facility. So if that is going to be a part of any proposal, it should be before this body. We should know exactly what is taking place in reference to a possibility of a public-private partnership. You know, who's sending out information? Civic Corps, somebody's interested in building a facility. If that is the case, we need to vet it. Because when a public-private partnership goes into effect, it affects the employees of the institution as to whether or not they're going to remain government, whether or not they're going to be switched over. So we need to deal with that. The last thing, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, if I can, and I have so much more questions, I haven't reached to them. Your budget, your budget proposed was $37 million, and you said $37,702,232, and that included 61 vacancies. The $37 million.
Yes.
And the 61 vacancies was funded at what level? 100%? Who's your CFO? The vacancies were funded at 100%?
Kathy Monroe, fiscal and budget, yes.
Okay. So you receive a cut of $1.2 million. How many officers are you able to bring on every fiscal year? How many officers you brought on this fiscal year?
Last fiscal year, I think we brought on 4.
How much?
Kaiser, probably 4. 1 second.
Dr. Carlwood, you're in education now, your prison system. How many officers you're able to bring on fiscal year 25?
In 25 was 4.
4, you say? Yes. Okay. Fiscal year
4.
Fiscal year 24.
So just to correct, 24 was 4. In 25 we had 2.
24 was 4. 25 was 2. You got 61 vacancies. What are you worried about? You have 61 vacancies. You're bringing on 4 and 2. What is the concern in terms of vacancies being cut? That's number one. Secondly, we did not cut vacancies. What we did was we did not fund them at 100% because it's impossible for you to bring those individuals on October 1st. And by the time they go through the class and everything else, they don't come on until maybe 6 months in. So all the vacancies are funded, but they're not funded at 100%. So there's no cut. You bring them on, you get 61 individuals hired, whether they come on for 6 months or 3 months or 9 months, and next fiscal year they'll be funded 100%. But we don't need to fund 100% now because you don't have 61 individuals that were waiting to be hired on October 1st. Mr. CFO?
I think in my testimony, I was just letting you ask for updates. I was giving you an update of where we are. And relative to the 25 that's being asked to be deducted from the 61 that we spoke of, we're saying that it's being asked because we have to, apparently, the bill that was passed for the individuals that made 35.
Wait, hold up.
I just need to explain
hold
that.
up. But you're explaining along the...
Not on your time. Okay.
No. You can explain on my time, but you're not explaining what I'm asking. And that's you... The 61 positions, how many of those were for correction officers? How many of the 61?
24.
24 were correction officers. So the others are support staff?
It's a combination of support staff to include medical. We also have some correction techs, and we have nursing staff that's required, a part of the consent decree to hire.
So the 25 positions are eliminated. How many were correction officer?
So just to correct, we haven't eliminated the 25. Director is indicating we have to take out 25 of them. So we have to go through between our personnel mandate and the Office of Management and Budget to determine which of those 25 will be cut. Of course, we know that security staff is most important, so those won't be cut.
Okay, so hold up. And what I'm trying to explain, the 25, the 61 positions are funded at 100% for FY26. So it's funded from October 1st to September 30th. If you did not have 61 individuals ready to come on October 1st, that number begin to decrease in total costs. So if you're bringing on 20 individuals in January, a quarter have already gone. So that's only 75% of that particular position. So you have sufficient money for all the positions because you don't have 61 people now. And by the time you ramp up, you're not going to be able to ramp up until March of next year. You have monies for every single position. So we did not eliminate any position. It is based on the fact that you do not have 61 individuals ready to hit the ground running, and that those positions will come on in the second quarter, in the third quarter, and there will be sufficient money. So you don't need to eliminate nothing. Hire the officers, hire what you have, because you don't have 61 individuals waiting now to be hired. And this December, the first quarter gone. At the end of this month, so at 25% has already been eliminated of this overall 61 position. How many individuals have you hired from October 1st to now?
None.
My point, you hire none. The monies are there. So colleagues, I don't want you guys to think that we eliminate anything. Okay, we didn't eliminate nothing. When they begin to hire, the legislature is ready to do its job. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
I'm recognizing Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the majority leader for that clarity. As I always say, that this government don't have a money problem. We have a money management problem. And until we could address that, we're going to continue to sink. But regarding the question of accepting, whether or not you're accepting federal detainees, you stated that you couldn't accept them on St. Thomas because of spacing. The St. Thomas institution, is it a prison or is it a detention center?
It's a detention center.
And how many, so it's a detention center. You have sentenced inmates serving time at this detention center on St. Thomas?
Yes.
How many?
Currently we have 20.
20?
Yes, however, some of them are there because they are...
So if you move even half of that 20 to St. Croix, where they should be serving their sentence in the prison, we would have been able to accommodate these federal detainees. Correct?
That is correct, sir.
So,
however, I need to be clear.
Go ahead.
The territory facilities are small. You have a lot of individuals that cannot be housed together. In St. Croix, we only have one housing unit that houses sentenced individual. Currently, that is at 54, 56 individuals. There's some individuals we send from St. Croix to St. Thomas because of the different security challenges that we are having. We also have individuals that well, I just leave it at that because some things I can't speak of. However, I want to be clear.
We need to have the heart-to-heart conversation off the record.
Yeah, off the record, yes. I want to be clear. I work with our federal partners all the time. I want to be very, very clear. There's no issue with the federal and the government of the Virgin Islands. This particular weekend, that weekend, when they arrested 4 individuals, we had nowhere to put them. And I said to them, I don't have anywhere to put them. If I put them on the floor, your same federal government is going to come at me for housing individuals on the floor. Okay? I said, now, if you want, we could put them in St. Croix. They don't want to put them in St. Croix because it's not convenient for them. However, we are working out the kinks. Hopefully, we'll be able to transfer some individuals and open up some beds.
So where I'm at that I'm not understanding. So, I mean, whether it was a federal detainee or not, suppose it was local VIPD arrested 6 people on a major felonious case. What would happen to them? Where would they go? My point is we need to free up those beds so that we can accommodate it for what it is. It's a detention center, and they're 40 miles away. So we need to make sure that our local law enforcement officers, when they make an arrest, that they have some place to go. Because I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, okay, suppose there wasn't federal detainees. What would we have told the VIPD, DPNR, DLC, or anybody local that arrested somebody? That we can't accept them?
Thank you for that, Senator Giddens. And again, the goal, everyone that is arrested, the goal is to definitely house them because we don't have options here in the territory. So we continue to work together to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And we're scheduled to meet so that we could rearrange and do some moving around for individuals.
All right. And the next round, we're going to talk about these transfers. And I guess it'll go straight to where we're at to. Because if there ain't no room because they can't be housed with individuals on St. Croix because of your classification, then those are the ones that need to be transferred, in addition to those who are giving you a hard time here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. At this time, I'd like to recognize 2 committee members, Senator Fonseca and Senator Lewis. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you and good morning. I apologize for being late, Mr. Chair. I had to attend the birthday celebration of our daily resident, Miss Cleopatra Donadell. She made 101 years young today, and those are the kind of things that you can't miss. The good Lord has blessed her with 51, and so we are so happy that she's still here with us. And I was checking out, she could stand up and sit down without, any assistance and walk around. She's doing well. As a matter of fact, she's still cooking. And welcome, colleagues, and welcome to the testifiers, Director Testemark and Dr. Carlwood and other distinguished. I wanted to go in real quickly to the detainees. I have some notes. The last time I got information, numbers from you, there were 17 detainees on St. Thomas, and now the number is up to 65. I know the majority leader had touched on that, but I wanted to know how long do you plan to have 65 detainees, and can we accommodate 65 detainees on the St. Thomas facility?
Director Testemark, Senator Fonseca, you said how long? The detainees are there until they're prosecuted or released.
Okay. Okay, so what's the reason it went from 17 to 65? That's a big jump.
Well, they've been being, apparently crime is being committed and they're being arrested and being brought into the facility.
Okay, so your per day cost is about $320 locally and off island. What is the cost off island?
Off island, it varies. Currently for Virginia, the rate is going up to $89 a day, effective December 1. And Coast Civic is basically the same, about 86. Usually the rates go up every year, December.
Okay, so 89, 320, so that's about 4 times more expensive to hold someone on St. Thomas as opposed to off island. And of course, you've mentioned all of your budget concerns. So, just be mindful of costs because, 65 detainees times 320 per day is a lot more expensive a lot less expensive at 89. Okay, so I want to give you some congratulations. Your recidivism rate, the 3-year rate, is 11% compared to the national average of 68%. That's phenomenal. So give me some more details on why it's so good.
Director Testamark, because of the programs in which we're offering, the medical health treatment in which we're offering, the wraparound services that we're offering the individuals once they come into our custody. I have Mr. Peter Abrams here who will be able to expand upon those different programs.
No, on the chair's time. I had another question. Talking about programs, you had Sherry Ann Gilbert. She was doing, I think it was an AI training program. You still have that program going on?
Yes, Sherry Ann Gilbert, that's our Officer of the Year. She was the officer. She's in the educational building. Yes, that is still going on.
Okay, that's an awesome program. How many inmates or detainees are involved in that program? Do you have a number?
Yes, Peter Abrams, he will be able to get into details for you.
Yes, Mr. Abrams, just that one AI program. Go ahead.
We have about 25 people enrolled in the 3D program.
Okay, good. The long-term strategic plan, you mentioned that. How can I access a copy of that long-term strategic plan?
I can send you a copy.
Okay, I'll appreciate that, and you send it through the chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to get that, and it be distributed to all the members. Okay. 39 years under federal supervision. I checked you out. The courts are terminating the medical provision. I wanted to discuss that. You have several patients needing psychiatric evaluation, care, treatment, medications. Many of them are off island. Do you have a count? And where you can provide that information through the chair, I'd like to get the listing of those patients that are off island that specifically are under the medical psychiatric supervision. And then specifically now with the staffing needs. I know the issue came up with the nursing. The nurses, there's several different nurses union, and the nurses' pay went up to a minimum RN of 75. And I got some calls from the nurses at the Bureau of Corrections, and they had expressed some concern that their pay was lagging behind. How are we with that issue, the nurses at the Bureau of Corrections?
Thank you. Dr. Kaiser Calwood could elaborate.
Thank you for the response. To my knowledge, the nurses should be up to date. We did do a cross reallocation through the Division of Personnel to bring them up to date because our nurses are not a part of a union compared to the other nurses. So to my knowledge, most of them should be up to date.
Okay, awesome.
Time.
Congratulations. That's very good to know because, nurses, every time I meet with them, I tell them once you're RN, you're RN. It doesn't matter if you're a nurse in the emergency room or you're a nurse in the Bureau of Corrections. Everyone is ill and they need medication, treatment, and care. The emergency room, of course, it's emergency care. That's a life or death. But once it's nursing care, I'd like to see all our nurses be standardized, and the exception be for the emergency room nurses, because, that's emergency care. Okay, so good. The total population, though, I'm concerned, the last time before us, it was 351. It's at 374. You says no, it's because more arrests are made. Your prison population, however, has gone up from 148 to 154. So there's 6 more inmates. So that's not good. But I'm glad to see the statistics. Getting back to the medical provision, determination of the medical provisions, what specifically will that mean? That now there will be no monitoring, or there'll be a quarterly reporting, a semi-annual reporting? What specifically will be the change?
Could you recognize the mic of the testifier?
Mr. Chair, can you hold my time? Assurance Manager. That would mean that the Bureau of Correction is no longer obligated to provide medical records or monitoring to outside DOJ monitoring team, but they will still be submitting it internally and conducting our own internal audits and review of the medical department.
Okay, on page 5 of your testimony, you mentioned, I respectfully urge the legislature to continue supporting the Bureau with additional funding necessary to properly care for the individuals entrusted into our care, but especially those experiencing mental illness. Expand a little bit more for me. You need more funds, you're short staff. What is your numbers, and what is the exact staffing needs? Because Dr. Calwood just testified that you increase the pay for the nurses, so that should help you. What else do you need?
Thank you, Fonseca. The time has been called, but I let them answer.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't. If you can just answer on the chair's time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead and proceed. Go ahead and proceed. Recognize the mic of the testifier, please. Okay.
Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director.
Up. Yeah. Go ahead now.
Hi there, Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands.
You gotta lift the mic up now. Yeah, no, down to you now. Yeah, good.
Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. From a mental health standpoint, we do have adequate staffing for John A. Bell facility. We have a lot of outstanding programs, and the inmates are getting the mental health services that we need to provide them. What I would like to see happen, or the team would like to see happen, is for the more seriously ill individuals that they receive more intense forensic psychiatry services that we cannot provide within the facility. So we could partner with outside facilities, like we partner with Core Civic, but those are really for our medical patients or just inmate. But if we could partner with outside facilities on the mainland where forensic psychiatry and more intense and involved mental health services can be provided, I think that would really solve a lot of problems within the territory itself until we're able to provide those services locally.
Thank you, Dr. Calwood, and we're so proud that you continue to provide excellent service. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Yes. Recognize Senator Johnson. You're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the medical director, do you still have an individual that's bedridden in John A. Bell facility? And if it's only one, or is there more than one person bedridden?
Currently at the John A. Bell facility, we have that gentleman who has been confined to his bed for at least over 20 years. So yes, he's there. We also recently housed an individual that is more dependent on the nursing staff for activities of daily living. So anytime we identify an inmate that needs additional nursing services, we actually transferred him from CJC to John A. Bell since we have an infirmary and we could provide more in-depth services.
Then my follow-up question will be to the director. Have you checked into this individual or any of them if they have immigration detainer? Because if they do have a detainer and the governor gives them a pardon, they're sent back home to the country of their origin. And we won't be holding a bill. In fact, with the immigration detainer, they go into a federal facility and you start getting, if they don't take them out of your facility, the federal government have to start paying you because they are the detainer. But if they've been pardoned, that detainer goes into effect and the federal government has to pay for every single thing for that individual. Have we looked into this matter?
Director Testamark, the answer is yes.
And no status up to now on it?
It is being investigated. The charges with the AG and Homeland Security. So those things are being worked on currently as we speak. We have 25 individuals that's within our care that is non-U.S. citizens that we're looking at currently.
These are some of the things that individual been there. I retired more than 20 plus years. But I'm saying that if they are not at medical, once the governor uses authority, pardon that individual, the federal government automatically take control of all bills that has to deal with that individual. Medical, housing, everything. We are paying for it. And it might be there for a long time. But we're going to be paying for something that we could put in the federal pocket and get paid for it. These are ways we must look and try to ease that pressure that you're paying all of this money for individual. All of that nursing care comes out of our pocket. It should be coming out of the federal government pocket because he has a detainer on him. But until he gets that pardon, that detainer doesn't go into effect and we doesn't collect a dime. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
This time I'd like to recognize non-committee member Alma Francis Haldega. I ain't making a mistake. At this time I'd like to recognize Senator Noble Francis for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Director Testamark, for your testimony. First of all, I want to extend my congratulations to the men and women of the Bureau of Corrections. I often say, as a law enforcement professional myself, I spent 25 years in the Virgin Islands Police Department. It's commendable for those individuals that work inside of the prison. Again, I think that it really takes a daunting task, for them to be able to accomplish that. What are you doing for those employees' behavioral health? Is there a facility, the EAP program? How are we supporting those employees that work inside of the prison?
There's the EAP program that the government has. However, the agency, the Bureau, we pay for services for staff that we recognize needs additional support. That's the word I'm going to use, support. We pay for that. It's private because many times they don't want to go to the one that's sponsored by the government, but the agency pays and has paid for individual who we see that needs the help for that support.
I'll tell you, as former police commissioner, the first individual I hired was a psychologist because I understood after working in the police department for quite some time that we have to answer to everybody's problem and we need somebody in-house that could be able to assist and support them in their endeavor. So that is something that you should probably consider. I also want to extend congratulations in being able to achieve some semblance of compliance. And after 39 years, I think it's commendable that you're seeing a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not a train wreck coming forward. So again, congratulations on that. You spoke about $2.8 million in vendors payment. Why so much? What's going on there?
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal Manager.
Hi, Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. Yes, those payments have been entered in the system and pending check run from Department of Finance.
What's the age on those invoices? How long has these been entered, and what's the status?
They range from, I would say, like, well, maybe the oldest one might be April of 2025.
How are we keeping the vendors informed of these pending payments? $2.8 million is a lot of money to have out there in the streets, and I'm sure that a lot of it is for equipment, supplies, or medical service that you utilize quite frequently.
Yes, some vendors will call, and we try our best to work with them. Be patient with them, and also we make contact with finance to put them on a critical list.
$2.8 million, a lot of money. Director, how are you requesting priority for payments of some of these vendors? How is this impacting your services?
Every week, I meet with the finance team, and we send in our critical payment list, those that we know that are critical, and we ask finance to pay. Because they've already been in the system, just awaiting check run. So, I make contact to them, and we wait for checks to be issued.
How much of this is local vendors?
About 85%. It's mostly local.
Unacceptable. 85% of our local vendors are owed $2.8 million. How are they going to pay their WAPA bills? That's unacceptable. We need to give this some priority. We need to exercise the nuclear option, get the governor, OMB, or somebody involved, the Commissioner of Finance, to pay up this money. This is unacceptable. Director.
Thank you. Again, we send emails, we follow up with phone calls. The payments are in the system, just awaiting check run, and we do tell them the priority that we have.
Somebody need to break out the whip. Emails, text messages. I mean, we can't continue to do our vendors this. All right? I'll get Bohan myself. This is unacceptable.
Thank you.
Rehabilitation initiatives. I know that you have been undertaking a number of those initiatives. Where are we with that?
Peter Abrams.
Anything new? Anything exciting happening?
Oh, we have a lot of exciting things happening at the Bureau of Corrections. With respect to programs, we have a lot of programs that we have implemented. Was mentioned earlier about our 3D program, virtual reality program. We have now expanded we have now 15 vocational programs. I don't want to go through the list because of time. The most popular is the electrical helper. We've also incorporated, through our testing, we do a lot of assessment to determine the levels that we need to get to for the programs that we offer. And one of the big programs that have come online is our phonics program.
Are you satisfied? Are you doing enough in terms of rehabilitation and preparing individuals for reentry?
Oh, definitely.
Very well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's fine. Off-island detainees, when was the last time we had a visit with them?
Off-island, the inmates?
The inmates, yeah.
We visited mid-year, and I'm scheduled to visit Virginia.
What are some of the complaints you've been hearing from them?
Well, everybody wants to come home. That's the number one complaint. Some wants to come home, and then some are pretty much okay where they are because it's in a prison where it's a real prison, not necessarily here. I have some individuals that were brought back here for court, and they keep asking me, Director, when am I going back? Because, again, it's a prison compound versus what we have here.
Okay.
So it's a mix. You have a company, the prop. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm answering you. Forget him. I'm sorry.
Stay focused.
Thank you.
Focus forward. In respect to the work release program, Are we supporting the Virgin Islands government in our work release program? Are we getting people out to Public Works, Department of Agriculture, and some of these other areas?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. We're supporting, especially Public Works. We've cleaned up the cemetery. I've even asked them to give me the highway, because the highway is one of my biggest eyesore every time I drive.
That's the reason why I asked that.
And I asked that, but
yes.
they told me they have a contractor to do that. But just know that BOC is ready and willing. We are equipped to get the job done, to clean up the highways here in St. Croix.
I just got back on island on Tuesday. When I drove up the highway, I saw all of those. That's the reason why I asked that question. Mr. Chair, I have two quick questions to conclude, if you allow. Thank you. In regards to do you have any employees under the $35,000?
I think it's 2. Dr. Kaiser Calwood, what's 2? 2 or 3?
Yes, we do, Senator.
And the NOPERS are already prepared and sent forward on those?
So NOPERS have not been sent forward. We are right now working with the Office of Management and Budget in terms of the funding.
Okay, and based on Division of Personnel, they have already sent out instructions and guidance on how to be able to ensure that those individuals are made whole?
So we have followed the Division of Personnel's guidance, and the first step is at the Office of Management and Budget. Once we receive the funding approvals from the Office of Management and Budget, then they'll be processed through the system very quickly.
Very well, thank you. If you could just follow up on that for me, please, and make sure that those individuals are taken care of. Director, do you have any geriatric release, anyone that falls within the area of geriatric release, based on illness, age, as you're aware of?
Not at this time, sir. The last court order that we received from Judge Andrews, that part of the parole has been placed on hold.
You want to further expand on what's happening with that? I mean, that's the
That's
order
in the court.
Is a matter in court?
Yes, that's in court.
Very well. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Please recognize the mic. Please recognize Senator Johnson, please, for his point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just trying to follow up on some question that was asked. In regards to work detailed programs, how many prisoners go out to work 5 days a week, and to what facility they go to work? And there's an embroidery machine. I visited the institution some time back. There's an embroidery machine that's sitting there. What's the progress with that, and how many agency have you guys contact to do business with them? Because that machine, the young lady over there, our clerk, that shirt has an embroidery on it. And the machine that the Bureau of Correction have can do all of these embroidery. How many agencies have you communicate with and do a contractual agreement to do that business and make some money in the facility and save the government from sending the money elsewhere?
Thank you.
So, two-part question. How many inmates work on the street 5 days a week? What agency do they work for? And what's the status on that embroidery machine that we invested some money into that's sitting there? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your question. First answer, we have individuals that's out on the street. It all depends if they work government house, public works, agriculture. It all depends on what the needs are. Department of Education, it all depends. They send us the request, even Department of Health. So it all depends. It varies. That's question number one. Number two, relative to the embroidery machine, there is we are seeking someone individual to come back out and retrain individuals. A lot of individuals that was there is not trained. So we're seeking someone to come out and retrain individuals so that we could get that up and running. Thank you.
What was the cost of that machine?
I'll have to get back to you, get the number for you. Thank you.
And your answer with the work sometimes I try to keep my cool here because what I've done and what I know about the Bureau and my colleagues are totally different. I ran that work detail program for about 2-3 years. An agency, the fire department, the police department, the Department of Health, public work, agriculture, used to have guys out 5 days a week. And those agencies needs help. Look at our streets in our towns. Public Works don't have sufficient manpower. And if we assign people that are eligible based on their time, these people could go out and work every day, 5 days a week. So when you guys tell me about these programs, me, I'm not speaking for nobody else, is very dissatisfied in the amount of inmates that are going out and working, getting a chance because they make $10. The institution get 5, the prisoner get 5. So it's a money making for both. At least when those individuals come out, they have some money there so they don't get in problem and have something to start. And these are programs we must put in place to make sure that these guys have a chance because they're going to be back right on these same street. No matter what me or you say, most of those guys are people with under 5 years and they're eligible to go back out at some time. We have to put these programs in place. When I ran that program, 20 inmates, work release, full-time in Hess. I've been retired 20 years now. There's a gentleman working H&H. I got him that job and he's still there. So these things do work, but we can't keep them locked up in prison and expect them to be productive citizens. When they come out, they're going to be our neighbor just as much as mine.
Okay, Senator, because we have our next round. So.
Could I respond, please?
You can respond.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator Johnson, for your thought. What I will say to you, what you can do to help the Bureau of Corrections is to relook at the VI code. The population that can go outside on those work detail is very, very limited because of the charges. So if you can look at the VI code and perhaps amend those VI code so that we could allow more individuals to be able to go out on the street, that will be very, very helpful for the Bureau of Corrections. Thank you.
Can you make a suggestion?
For example.
Hold on. You want to make a suggestion?
In reference to
The VI code.
the VI code.
The VI code.
The VI code only, some individuals, if they charge with like murder, first degree, which is 90% of our population, they cannot go outside. They cannot go outside. So we have a very small population that's eligible to go outside. So that's why it's not 20 or 30 individuals. But we would love for the code to be amended. And by it being amended, even with some of the detainees, because we have their average stay is over a year, 2 years. Detainees can go out in other jurisdictions. However, because of the VI code needing to be amended, I think that will help. So I'm always willing to sit with you all, the legislatures, to review those different things that affect those individuals that's going out to be able to work.
Okay, could you provide your suggestion in writing to the committee, please?
Definitely will. Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to recognize Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, those listening and viewing. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day. Director Testamark, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, sorry, good afternoon. As it pertains to the building in St. Thomas, the Alexander Farley Justice Complex, do you have a new proposed location for when that building goes under construction?
Yes, sir, Director Testamark. The Swan Annex, where was the annex before?
That's the one down by Victor's Hideout?
Yes, by Victor's Hideout, yes.
Okay, so what's the status on that? If I missed it, I do apologize. What's the status of the repairs in that building? Because I know you was acquiring some other properties to expand and so forth. What's the status on that?
Peter Abrams can elaborate.
Good afternoon, Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director of Support Services. The status on that currently right now, it's on hold.
So then you're not moving out the building no time soon now then?
There is no immediate plans to move out of CJC at this time.
All right, so what's happening to those federal funds? What's going to happen to those federal funds?
The federal funds that are being allocated to the Swan Annex is currently on hold right now because we're waiting information from FEMA. We've been waiting a response from FEMA for the last 6 months, and we have not received a response from them. So FEMA told us to be on hold until they respond back to us.
Okay, what are they responding on? What question was asked for them to respond on?
They are responding on the environmental aspect of the project.
Okay, so did you obtain the surrounding properties that you needed to proceed?
That is correct. We received the agreement from property procurement, and the adjoining property is now part of the Bureau of Corrections.
All right. You know, since FEMA tell you to wait, you know, I'll take that, but I just don't want us to sit back with these federal monies, because we've been seeing what has been happening, and I really don't want those monies to be clawed back, and then we're in a problem because we really don't have it locally to repair. So in the meantime, to replace and reconstruct. Sorry. In the meantime, are we doing any repairs to the existing building facility?
When you say the existing facility, you're talking about CJC?
Yes.
Or the Swan Annex?
The one in Alexander Farrelly complex.
Okay. So we continue to do maintenance on it. For example, we continue to do upgrades on the air conditioning system, the plumbing, the electrical. We continue to maintain the facility because we still have individuals living in the facility, and we need to make sure that it's operational and that it's constitutionally sound for their occupancy.
Good. Now, what's the status of the I don't know, to forget the correct name, but the dog, the K9 unit, the K9 dogs. Do we still have those dogs?
That is correct, yes.
And they're up to date with their training and, all of that stuff?
Yes.
The dog and the handler?
Yes.
Okay, we utilize them every day?
They utilize. Yes.
Okay, great. So, as we were talking, Director Testamark, about your mental health treatment centers, right? Since we know that mental health is a big issue, and a lot of times I read in a paper where the judge said that someone isn't really fit for court and everything, but they actually come back to your facility and so forth. But besides that, we have people in there on a regular basis that would need some type of treatment. Is all your mental health treatment outsourced, or we deal with that in-house?
Director Testamark, we have individuals that, we have a contract psychiatrist, and then we also have individuals that's on staff.
Okay, so I heard you mention earlier to one of my colleagues about, the staff and have the EAP program and so forth. So there's nothing really inside for your staff if they want to really be brief about anything that's going on. I'm just inquiring.
Again, if they need private care, we do pay for those individuals to receive treatment elsewhere other than EAP.
Okay. Director Testamark, are they at all your facilities? Are there all of them at maximum capacity?
No, sir.
Good. The facility in St. Croix. I think last time you testified, you were supposed to start some repairs to that facility. Have they begun?
We've been doing some repairs in-house. However, it's very challenging currently to find individuals, contractors, local contractors to do the work.
So you have other RFP already?
No, we haven't sent out an RFP. There's some work that's being conducted in-house.
That don't require an RFP?
Correct.
And how about the training programs for the inmates? Are we up to date with those? Have we been adding?
Yes, we're up to date.
Great. All right, that's it for me today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
At this time, I'll recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers, those here in the well, staff. My first set of questions, I want to touch on the vendor payments. I think you said it was 2.8 million outstanding. How did this happen? How did it get to the point that it was so much of a backlog that we got to this 2.8 million?
Thank you, Senator Francis, for that question. Again, the payments, once they come in, they're put into the system and processed. Those payments are just awaiting check run from Department of Finance.
So it's not with you guys, it's with OMB. Oh, so you process your stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Because I don't want to, I was a little concerned because I didn't want to give the impression that somehow you guys weren't doing your part. You are inputting them, but it's OMB that's not paying out the money.
Right. We're waiting now for check run.
Understood that part. I wanted to talk a little bit about the consent decree, and that does fall under your purview. And I know this has been under federal supervision for the last, 39 years, I believe?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of commitment or any idea, since under your direction, can you see some light at the end of the tunnel to see that we could get past and end this 56%? Because I'll be honest with you, 39 years of federal supervision is kind of ridiculous at this point. And I'm trying to see what the end goal is. How do we get out of it so we could be, managing our own affairs?
Definitely. We get out of it by continuing to do what's right, to provide constitutionally safe, sound institutions for the individuals entrusted in our care. We have demonstrated that by first and foremost getting out of the medical. On November 20th, when we went to court, the judge granted us that.
Excellent.
So that was a big win for the territory, for the people of the Virgin Islands. So that's a big start. We still have to continue. We have to keep it up. It's like the judge told us, okay, now that you've got there, you got to stay there. So we continue to work with the monitors and to stress upon our staff the importance of doing what we're supposed to do.
Understood. I'm happy to hear, especially about the medical part of it. I want to touch a little bit on the medical part. I had a family member there, and first of all, I want to thank you guys for your assistance in us trying to get him out of the prison to a facility. He was one of those individuals, a part of the 40% that actually didn't belong in prison, but because we don't have a facility, we made the decision not to just take him out, figure out how to get him straight out of prison to a facility, which we were able to do. I was a little bit disappointed because a lot of balls were dropped in the process because somebody didn't send an email in time, somebody forgot this, and it extended the stay, but overall we did get him out. And I have such a major concern with that our prisons are being used as a mental health facility as opposed to the people getting the help that they need. And I do applaud the nurses and the doctors and everyone that's there that's helping them. But as a community, and even from your bird's eye view of basically holding on to 40% of these individuals, what do you think we can do to help with a much quicker transition out of your jurisdiction into the jurisdiction where they do belong, where more than likely is under health or an agency that will help them with their mental issues as opposed to them being treated as criminals when it's a mental concern?
Director Testamark, I highly suggest, and I've suggested and I'll suggest again, pretrial diversionary programs for the mentally ill. Many jurisdictions have mental health courts. That way, if the police picks them up, they don't bring them to the jail. They take them to that court. There's a special court, and then you have the program for them where they will go into. Unfortunately, the territory does not have that.
At all.
At all.
And one of the things I want to ask too has to do with the intake. How do you assess them? How long does it take for you to assess someone to decide whether they do have a mental issue or not? Because there are some of them that present very well when my family member presents very well until you speak to him past 15 minutes. So my concern with that is how you guys are able to identify that, because sometimes people come straight to the system before they're able to see a judge, etc. How do you guys get that part done?
We assess them immediately. I will let Dr. Cowwood expand upon that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director. Upon admission into the facility, all inmates receive a nursing evaluation, which is essentially medical, but there are some questions concerning their mental state, if there's any suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, and so forth, past mental health history. So that's done within 24 hours. Usually it's immediately within the hour of coming into the facility once the nurses are on staff. After that, everyone that enters the facility receive a psychosocial evaluation, whether they have a presenting symptom, a past medical history. Everyone does receive a psychosocial assessment by a licensed social worker that is really clarify whether or not there's any underlying problems. And if there is, then that person is referred to the psychiatrist.
Okay.
And the psychiatrist will do a psychiatric evaluation, initial, and get them started on medications. So we really have a good system in place that will really identify
as quickly as possible. Okay, thank you so much for that.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about, I was hearing and had discussions in regards to the detainee issue versus some of the refusal for the federal detainees. Is there, I was a little bit taken back because I didn't know as the Bureau Director the authority. Like, can you just up and refuse someone based on whatever the situation is? And what gives you the right to do that? Because so I could better understand. And also during the same period that you were denying the federal detainees from being taken in, were you taking in any locals during that same time, or was it just completely overall you couldn't intake anyone at all?
Director Testamar, thank you for that question. It's not the norm, because usually we allotted 10 beds for the ICE individuals, not the ICE, U.S. Marshals, which they work together. We usually have 10 beds for them, no matter what. This was it's unusual because, again, the count was up. There was nowhere for me to put them. However, since then, the feds have taken some and they've brought some. That's what they usually do. Tuesdays and Thursdays, they'll bring and they take. However, the option was for them to bring them to St. Croix. Again, it's not the norm, and we definitely are working through that so that it would not happen again if the situation arises.
So the 10, could I quickly? So the 10 beds were available, or were they filled?
They were filled.
Okay, I get that part. So, and based on that, you made a decision that we can't take anymore, and that's just the 10 beds separate, or were you still taking local detainees at the same time if you were already filled? That's what I'm trying to get that
We
part.
take local detainees also. However, again, if needs be, we'll have to transport, because taking anyone else over that number, they will now have to go on the floor.
Okay.
Which creates another problem.
Another
by
issue.
the feds.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that, because I wanted to get some better understanding as to how that works. And as the director, you have the decision to make the right, to make that decision whether to accept or not accept based on capacity.
Yes, based on capacity.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, at this time, the chair will recognize Senator Johnson for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director, the last time you've been here, we spoke about these badges for these retirees, and we also spoke about a company that you had paid. And I need to follow up on it. I understand that you got some badge finally, and I know so many retired officers are still inquiring about receiving their retired badge. But my main question is, have you ever gotten back the money from that company that you had made those payments? And if you haven't received back your money, what's the status? What's happening?
Thank you for that, Director Testamark. We had a ceremony at the facility, the Thanksgiving meal for the staff, and we had a ceremony where we had about 8 retired officers came and they received their badge. So they were grateful for that. We have additional 3 that doesn't live here, that those badges will be sent to them certified mail. But everyone that needed a badge that retired received their badge. Thank you for that.
You haven't answered my main part of that question.
I'm getting ready to tell you the money. It's two parts. In reference to the money, we've been trying to locate the individual, and the business has now, since every time someone go there, there's no one there. So we're still trying to recuperate the funding that was not paid for the goods.
Have you seek any assistance from the Attorney General office in getting someone to? You need to. These people they can't just thief the government money. You can't do that. You can't just take the government money and don't give us service and we don't get our money back. That can't happen. So we can't look at this and just think that this is a walk in the park. What was the total amount of money that we gave that agent, that company?
I think it was 7. I'll have to get the number for you. If you don't mind, I'll get back to you with it.
And Director, my last text I did send to you from September that you did not respond. My text was in regards in assisting you with getting names and officers who have been retired that are trying to get a retire badge. And there's a lot of them out there. So you're saying there's about 3 more. I'm a retired sergeant. There's a host of retired officers. For me, I don't need it. 20 years, I did my time. But there are officers all in St. Thomas when I travel are asking and trying to find out what they can do to get their retire badge.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Again, the names and the list of the individuals that were given. We even had a ceremony in St. Thomas also that were given. They came to the luncheon and they received their badge. So again, if you have some other names that you want to, put forward to me, please do not hesitate.
Don't you have a list of all your retirees through personnel?
I have a list of the individuals, but you're telling me that you have some additional individuals.
Are you aware that I'm a retired correction officer, Sergeant?
Time.
I can see him after.
One badge? Sorry.
No, but when you said that you gave everybody and you have a list, I've never been given a call, and for me it's neither here or there. I'm continue asking about other folks that are requesting it. What I'll do, if you check your phone sometime later on today, I'll send you some information of numbers of individuals that are trying to get a badge. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, at this time, any senators have any questions for Dr. Carwood and St. Thomas?
Yeah, because he has to go.
So, Dr. Carwood, you're excused.
Thank you, Senator.
Through the chair, can the director send the information to us with the total amount of money that was paid to this company so that we can have that on the record too, please? You got it? All right, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
You got that? The request from the senator. Repeat it.
The request was through the chair for the department, the Bureau of Correction, to send the total amount of money that was paid to a company that have not delivered badges or have not give the government back their money. Thank you very much.
Senator Bailey, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. CFO, you don't have the information as to what was the cost that was given to the company?
Kathy Monroe, We have the information, but I don't have it on me, so we will have to provide it later.
No, we like to put these things in the public record. So can somebody from your office call, give you the amount, and we name the company? The Virgin Islands need to know who's doing business with us, taking our money and not delivering services. You know, that ensure that other individuals don't get caught up with the same game. So if you could have someone from your office provide the information before the meeting is over, you can send the director a text. Thank you so much.
At this time, the chair recognizes Senator DeGraff. Okay, at this time, I recognize Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. In reference to your medical unit, you have done substantial work in upgrading that facility and the operation of the facility. Dr. Calwood, you're pleased with where you're at right now?
Dr. Linda Calwood, Medical Director. Yes, I'm very pleased with where we are. We have a full 2 chairs for our dental suite, and right now we have this space that we intend to have our own radiology department with the assistance of Mr. Peter Abrams, so we can be a little bit more independent of the outside facilities and still provide excellent service within our scope.
And that has reduced the cost of sending individuals to Juan Louis Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Do you have an estimate as to how much that has reduced your overall bill to Juan Louis on an annual basis? You think it has cut the cost 50, 20, 30%?
Well, what I can say, in September, we were able to provide IV antibiotics to one of our inmates in-house. Alone, the cost for that would be at least $5,000 per day. So that was very substantial, and we intend to continue to do that as time progresses if we have any more cases like that.
Okay. What is your, Director, what is your protocol in reference to individuals that are sent off island? Do you have nonviolent offenders that are off island? Do you have individuals who have a year or 2 years left of the term that are sent off island that exhibited good behavior? What's the protocol? Do you have certain parameters set up in reference to who you send off island?
Yes. 90% of the individuals, 95% of the individuals that sent off island is individuals at security high risk. They're sentenced to 5 years, well, say 3 to 5 years more or more. We also have some individuals that's here that has more time serving life. However, they're minimum security because they pose no threat. They haven't had any incidents. You know, a lot of different factors that goes into.
So one of the parameters is behavior. You monitor the behavior in the institution before you make a determination as to send them off island?
Yes, definitely. Before we make a determination, a group of us sit together with security, intel, medical, mental health, and we make that determination together. Yes.
Okay. And in reference to your program where you're able to send individuals out in the community to work, I think you get a lot of questions because there was a time that prisoners were out on a regular basis working, and they made significant contributions to the community. There were a number of prisoners working in the schools, after hours, doing maintenance, doing a lot of different stuff. And you really don't see it much anymore. So how can you really ramp that up where your nonviolent offenders are able to come out under the supervision of the Bureau of Correction and actually, whether it's road enhancement on the side of the road. At one point, the area by Sunny Isles, right after you come off from the stoplight, that area was maintained by Bureau of Correction. And it was one of the most beautiful areas in St. Croix in terms of maintenance.
Right.
When they stop, it's now overgrown. How can we get back to that where they're out there on a regular basis, you're seeing them actually contributing? How can we get back to that?
We, again, we have a contract with Public Work, and we basically go where they ask us to go, but we will, again, ask for that area because, again...
It seems like Public Work ain't asking us to go any place. Public Work, I mean, everybody got issue with them in terms of road maintenance, road cleaning. I see all the work crews out there for Public Work. I don't see any prisoners with them.
No, they asked us to deal with the cemeteries, and that's what we have done. We have cleaned up the cemeteries. Everything that they've asked us to do, that's what we have done.
I have seen some of the cemeteries. Well, why don't they make it permanent? Well, why can't you have a crew there on a regular basis to maintain the cemeteries? And this ain't for you. I share this out there. There needs to be coordination. Okay, we don't need individuals to stay in jail 24/7 and they're non-violent offenders. A prisoner told me that got out, and he was in there for a non-violent offense. He said, I went in for robbing someone. I came out knowing how to take apart and put guns together, because all I did was sit in the courtyard every day, and they trained me on everything that I didn't need to know. And that is because of that free time. Jail should be super structured. I don't know how structured it is now, but it should be super structured where every hour is accounted for. How structured are you in terms, are they just releasing the cells, they're going to courtyard, they're cool, or is it really structured in terms of what they do on a regular basis?
They are structured in what they do on a daily basis. However, that population, the bigger population is the detainees. And the detainees, we can't force them to work. However, we offer them work to do different things. But again, a help, which I will send in writing, of the different codes, VI codes, that would help us to push that even further, help us with a bigger pool of individuals. I will put that in writing so that you all could help us with that.
Ken, the last question, you requested $500,000 for your mental health population. You wanted to do some stuff. You had some plans that you said that receiving those monies would enable you to move to the different level. We did discuss with the finance chair making those monies available to you, and only because we had seen massive improvement within your medical and mental health program. Have you received any of those monies, and what are the plans for using that $500,000?
No, we haven't received any money.
But you know it's in the budget.
No, we don't see it in the budget. No, I don't know where it is, but we haven't received it, sir.
Director, I told you it's in the budget.
I know what you told me, but
I don't lie. So if I tell you it's in the budget, that means we pass it. It's in the budget.
Well,
BOC Mental Health Care, NGRI, $500,000. And what was it, NGRI?
Okay, well, thank you for that. We will definitely look for it. Thank you.
Director.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You made the request.
I did.
Right. And we said we're going to fulfill your request because you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
So the finance chair, we had a discussion, made sure that the monies are in the budget. It's, he'll tell you the exact section, the line number, the page.
Please.
Mr. Finance Chair, maybe you could actually point us at the exact section, the line number, the portion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will definitely look for that money because, no, we didn't see it in the budget. But thank you.
At this time, I recognize Senator Noble Francis. For his 3 minutes.
Director, again in Act 9035, which is the budget bill, bill number 36-0174 on page 22, the miscellaneous section. The second line down, BOC Mental Health Care, NGRI, not guilty by reason of insanity, $500,000. So
thank you
the funding
very
is
much.
there. As a matter of fact, the budget was completely fulfilled based on the governor's proposed recommendation. So there was no cut at all made to your budget. All right?
Thank you.
So tell me, what are you hearing most recently from your correction officer? I must admit that I don't get calls. I don't get calls from them as you know, had been done years ago. But you know, what is it that you're hearing in terms of challenges from your correction officers at this time?
The challenges that were present, most of them, they don't exist anymore. However, staffing, we need staffing. But it's not just a territory issue, it's a national issue. People are just not coming into corrections as they used to when I started in the 80s. So that is one of the things that staff talked about. Director, when are we going to get some more individuals? And we try, we test, the individuals. Some of them pass, some don't pass, and through the different phases, they don't qualify or they don't come back, but that's one of the biggest staffing.
What is the current salary, starting salary?
41.
41.
35 for 37 for recruits, 37,000 for recruits, and 41 once they complete the academy.
How many officers have you lost in FY 2025?
You say, how many have I
Lost.
lost? I think two that have retired.
Just 2 officers. No resignation?
Yes.
No resignation, just retirement?
No, we had one that was allowed to resign.
Right. Medical supplies. How are we doing with medical supplies, Dr. Coward?
Dr. Linda Callwood, right now we're doing excellent.
Come a little bit closer to the mic.
Right now, we're doing very well as far as our medical and dental supplies for the facility. So we don't have any outstanding issues at this moment.
What about personnel?
Personnel, we're doing very well. With staff, as far as the nursing staff is concerned, and the mental health staff on St. Croix, I would like to see a psychiatrist just designated for St. Thomas. It's a smaller facility. However, those individuals come and go a little bit more frequently. In my opinion, they're a lot more mentally ill. So I would like to see a staff psychiatrist just for CJC. Right now we're using Dr. Sang, but she also services us at John A. Bell.
Time.
And my final question is in terms of your payments to Wang Louis Hospital. Are you up to date with your payments to Wang Louis Hospital? I know that there were some concerns about presumptive eligibility and all of those things that was going on in regards to payments to JFL.
Okay, Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. We are current with the current fiscal year, but as we all know, Wang Louis states that we owe some back pay, and that is still being discussed. They have not come forward with the actual bill.
You have not been able to reconcile those numbers
That
to
is
date?
we're still meeting.
I go all the way back to when I was chair of Health, Hospital, and Human Services Committee. I mean, I know that we brought you all together to be able to have that discussion in respect to reconciliation of those owed amount. That has not been resolved yet?
We did. We met, and we're waiting for them to come back with their documentation. We've resolved the issue with Roy Snyder. We agreed on an amount. It was paid. But for some reason, Wang Louis, we're waiting for them to come back to us. We've had 2 meetings for this year, but we're waiting for them to come back to us with their documentation. We gave them everything that we had.
Very well. My time has been called. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, Director, just before I conclude, you said that there was 40% of your inmate population is suffering from behavioral health or mental health issues.
Yes.
It's not higher. It's just 40%?
40%. That was, yeah. That's been documented.
Documented.
Yeah, that's the key. Okay. Documented.
Very well. Thank you.
At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Gittins for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, let me thank the Finance Chair and the Majority Leader again for pointing out the budget process, because we need persons in government, persons in charge to start managing the budget strictly. And I mean the team, I don't just mean the director, the whole team. We need to all know exactly what's in place so that we can get the staffing that we need. Now, I don't have sufficient time to go through the other 6 pages that I wanted to talk about with the 9. But I'm going to ask, based on discussion before, during the questioning from the finance chair earlier, you commented and stated that the lead complaint from inmates, when you interview them, that's on the mainland, You made reference to them asking when are they coming home, and you also made a comment that some wants to be in a real prison. So what's our prison?
When I say real prison, meaning the compound, the way it's made up, the physical plant. In the States, a prison is open. The inmates are allowed to walk freely outside of the compound, within the compound. However, here at Johnny Bell, the way our facility is constructed, it's a detention center.
Okay, I see where you're going. But you know, for that to happen, they got to behave themselves, right? Then they could determine where they want to be. But because they weren't behaving, they're where they're at.
Definitely.
So I don't see where we're going with that. And I fully understand the frustration of my colleague from Frederick said regarding the work release. And someone else also asked to the structure day. I've been asking this of the Bureau of Corrections for quite some time to tell us what does a structure day looks like for an inmate. Because to me, they should be dog tired come 6 o'clock in the afternoon to just want to shower, eat, and go to their cell. But we're seeing the idle behavior taking place on social media. So what does a structured day actually looks like? And I also understand, and I heard from the good doctor that was asked about inmates who are bedridden, and
time.
I think another one who might have needed assisted living or something like that. What's the status of those? We have Act 8791, which speaks to the geriatric bill. Why aren't we addressing at least these two case scenarios under this act?
Director Testamar, currently the geriatric bill, that portion of that bill is on hold per Judge Andrews' order.
The courts put a hold on legislation that we made?
Yes, sir.
What was the argument?
It conflicted with the law.
All right, I need to research that because I am not aware of that. So what are you saying that you received from the courts? Did the court tell you don't follow the law?
No, there's a court order. You should have it, but
What does the court order tells you?
I don't have it. It just say that we're not to deal with that at this moment relative to parole hearings. This is dealing with the parole, that portion of that law.
Mr. Chair, usually we have legal counsel assigned to these hearings. And I need for legal counsel, if they're listening, to research that and let us know as a committee what's the status of Act 8791, because I'm not aware of what the director is speaking to. And lastly, I'm going to just ask you about, we're going to have a conversation on the side about transfer of inmates, but I want to ask you about some leadership and accountability with transparency. What internal oversight mechanisms you all have in place right now that exist within the Bureau to ensure compliance with not only federal law, but local laws on an ongoing basis?
We have a compliance team. We also have this, which is headed by Tamara McIntosh, Chesterfield out of St. Thomas. We also have the wardens, medical director, HSA.
And these folks, what performance mechanism or measures do they use to measure operational readiness, etc.?
We utilize national standards that we build our system on. We use those. We have audit tools that we put in place to audit and check ourselves.
This includes inmate safety and staff safety?
Yes, sir.
So how it is that we still have the shortfall, or we're still experiencing these things with the assaults that's being videotaped?
Unfortunately, sir, incidents happen. Unfortunately, the goal is for them not to happen or to minimize the likelihood of them happening, but we still continue safety. Security is our #1 priority.
So from your operational person, what could they tell me based on the performance indicators? Because obviously there's a shortfall. This is still happening. So tell me, can you have your person directly in charge of that, or the safety manager? I can't remember the title. Tell me about those performance indicators, please.
Okay, so I have Assistant Warden Omar Samuel. He could talk about John A. Bell, and then I also have the Quality Assurance Manager who could also tell you an overview and how we do
All
it.
right. Convince me, please.
Point of information.
So when those incidents take place, we do go in and search and see if we could find a contraband
Tell
cell
me
phone.
first what performance indicators the Bureau used to measure these things. First of all, do you have something that you can go to, your staff can go to and look and see, itemize what those measures are?
Tamar McIntosh, Quality Assurance Manager. Yes, that would be our policies and procedures. All individuals who are currently, employed with the Bureau of Correction have been trained, informed, and retrained some more on our policies and procedures that govern their work, their performances, and what they're supposed to do within the facility.
Do you have roll call on
Correct.
every shift that will outline and review those policies, especially the new ones as well?
So for the roll call training, that would be done if there was any revision and or amendment to policies and procedure, or if we're seeing continuous non-compliant with certain provisions or policies, we would conduct roll call training where it's repeated in roll call for a minimum of 7 days, and all individuals are obligated to sign the documentation that they were trained and they received that roll call training.
So based on these indicators, what's causing the disconnect?
What's causing a disconnect is, for the lack of a better term, lack of supervision. Not in terms of supervising the officers, but supervising the inmates. And when I say that in terms of the inmates or detainees sit and watch your schedule and watch your time. So if the officer during a reference make
I want you to stop
every
right there.
hour.
And I want you to stop right there.
Okay.
You know why?
Why?
That's because they're idle. And that's why I always ask about what does a structured day look like. So I don't want to take up any more time. Somebody just tell me, and from on the operational level, tell me what a structured day for an inmate looks like. Between 8 and 6 p.m., please.
Between 8 and 6 a.m., they receive breakfast, then they schedule programs during the course of the day, whatever educational classes, the VR program, GED program, or they work in the shops, the kitchen, what have you. So these individuals travel to work.
Sir, don't mama guy me. Tell me, an inmate get up at 6 a.m., they get up between 6 a.m. and 8 a.m., they shower, have breakfast. Between 8 a.m. and whatever time, they're either in a classroom or out on a job working someplace. 5 o'clock, 5:30, everybody is back at the institution or at their cells. They eat between 5:30 and whatever time, lights out at whatever time. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear all this mama guy-ness about what programs. Obviously, something ain't working. Tell me the structured day, please.
All right. 8 a.m., they get breakfast. Between 9 a.m. to around 3 o'clock, there's different programs that they can go to, or whoever go to work. After that, they return to their housing unit for a head count. The dinner is then served. Some folks are still out because they have outside work detail, whether it be the farm to take care of the animals. When they return back to the facility, they go into the housing unit. Everybody is in by 6 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, it's lights out.
And when you say if they want to go, if they don't go, then what are they doing?
Not everybody, the inmates have more jobs than the detainees.
If they don't go, what are they doing?
If they don't go, they're in the housing unit sitting around.
Why not in a cell?
They're out of cell time, so they're not locked in their cell for the entire day. At 6 a.m. there's out of cell time. They open the doors and they're out from from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m., which is lights out lockdown.
I think you all could see the problem, you know. You just need to fix it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
One point of information.
You recognize Senator Fonseca for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on that important question asked by the esteemed Vice President. Director Testamark, isn't it true that the Virgin Islands Department of Justice filed an emergency motion to halt upcoming parole hearings, arguing that a newly enacted law permitted broader parole eligibility and it violates the constitutional separation of power? Is that a fact?
That's a fact, sir.
And the court granted a temporary restraining order postponing parole hearings. Is that also a fact?
The parole hearings were put in place. However, Judge Andrews came back out with a second order now that they have a quorum. However, the part dealing with geriatric, is still on hold.
Okay, so you must have an opinion as far as your department. What is your position, your department, the Bureau of Corrections position on this as it pertains to the newly enacted law?
Director Testamark, sir, I don't have an opinion. Whatever the justice orders, I'm here to follow the law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For the record, the legal counsel went to do a research on the status of the bill. At this time, Senator Bailey, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So that TRO was filed as a request of Bureau of Correction or just through Department of Justice?
That was Department of Justice, sir.
So you literally had nothing to do with it?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. And you alluded to a second ruling by Judge Andrews. What was the second ruling?
Right, that the parole board can continue with the parole hearings, but not including the geriatric part of that law for parole hearings.
And to your knowledge, are there other jurisdictions or other states that have this similar geriatric legislation in reference to prisoners? Is this something new the Virgin Islands coming up with, or is this a model legislation throughout the nation?
I am not aware of another jurisdiction that have similar, this particular one in reference to the geriatric. I'm not aware. Not aware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Gittins, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I just verified that there was nothing from the courts. The courts did not act on this matter yet. It is in process, but there were no action taken by the courts to say that you all should not follow the law. What they actually did was there was a concern of there being a lack of a quorum on the parole board. Right. I think that has since been addressed. However, the courts have not acted upon Act 8791 to tell you not to adhere to the existing law. And I just got that verification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You recognize Senator Bailey for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this was legislation that was passed by this body. It's important for us to know exactly what is taking place, and I think we're lucky today to have the AG in the house. So is it possible that the AG can give us an explanation? I know he's here for a different matter, but nobody could speak for what was filed, and he could speak to the temporary restraining order and to what has been the communication between the judicial system and Department of Justice. If you can, Mr. Chair.
Yes, could you allow the AG to come in a well, please? Over here. Majority Leader, you could ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to the request for a temporary restraining order based on the bill that was passed by the legislature for geriatric parole, can you give us an update as to exactly what is taking place? What's the position of the government?
I cannot. I'm not familiar with that. That would have gone through our civil division, and that did not pass through me. But I'd be glad to find out and make a report to you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think it's important, and I'm just and thank you. I won't come back to you because your answer is clear. But I just did a quick search of state medical and geriatric parole laws, and it's literally every state across the nation. So anybody in correction should know that this is a common thing. It's just about every state, with the exception of I've seen 3 states that don't have any, but a lot of them have medical and geriatric. So it's not medical alone, it's also geriatric. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Director Testimony, you have a response?
No, I don't.
Okay. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator DeGraff. For your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am good. I didn't have anything extra that's what was here before. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
At this time, the chair recognizes, if you have any questions, Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Director Testamark, if you had to give it a grade, what would you say would be the morale in a prison? I would say a A, a B, C, B minus.
Amongst staff, inmates, what do you...
Staff.
Well, it all depends on the day. However, I would say morale against, I would give it a C. I would give it a B, C. Again, it all depends on the day, and it all depends on, it just all depends. Because you could do whatever everybody asks you to do, and people still not satisfied. So we just continue to do our job and continue to provide and take care of the individuals that's entrusted in our care, and to continue to empower and give the staff the tools necessary to do their job and succeed.
I ask that because a lot of times I meet the officers or even the staff, and there's a lot of complaints, and just like you're saying, that we have every day is not going to be the same. It's not going to be peachy and a bunch of roses. So we're going to have some good days and some bad days. So I just wanted to hear from you. Some feel that corrections have a high turnover. What's your feelings about that?
When you say high turnover, again, corrections is not what it used to be. There's no one coming into this field like it used to. So when you say high turnover, we have a total different population of individuals. The millennials, they're not about being here long term. They're all about being here just for a moment, get me a couple dollars in my pocket, and I'm moving on to the next thing. Again, it's not a territorial thing. That's a national thing. So.
All right. So on the department side, you say as a brand new officer coming in, I have all the equipment that I need. The department provide me all the equipment, the cutting edge tools in correctional facility, how often is training offered? And not just in-house training, but off-island training. Do we do any of that?
Yes, we do. We do a lot of training. Matter of fact, some of the staff say, Director, enough is enough. However, we have to continually give training to keep them up to date. And relative to a new person coming in, sometimes people come and they realize correction is not for everybody. Correction is for those individuals that really, truly cares and want to make a difference. It's not everybody could survive being in an institution 8, 12, 16 hours a day. You understand? You're dealing with individuals that have some real challenges, and everyone is not built for that. So I always say, I commend my staff who is there, who has been there and continue to be there and do the job that's necessary to take care of those individuals that don't have a voice per se, or those individuals that no one don't want to take care of.
All right, so in the day-to-day operation would be the warden addressing the day-to-day operations at the prisons, correct?
Yes.
So, at the warden, you have any of your wardens there with you?
All of them are here. I have
Good.
Warden Grant from CJC, and I also have Warden Monsanto from St. Thomas.
Good. So let me ask them, Warden Monsanto, when, based on your knowledge and what you see going on in the correctional field, when last have you implemented any of the training on the mainland here, like less tactical stuff, more thinking, efficient, what happening on the mainland here to implement so the guys them could be more safer, have a better day, so we could come out this consent decree as well.
1 second, Senator, I'll have both wardens come so that they could address your concerns. Warden Grant and Warden Monsanto.
Okay. So hold my 3 minutes, please.
Senator, time was called, but you wrap up.
I know. Don't check it out.
Warden Monsanto, St. Thomas, Bureau of Corrections. All the trainings are implemented every day.
Okay, well, what about equipment? When last have we purchased equipment for the guys, like, and the cutting edge, I don't know, even equipment for the facilities to make sure, for your safety and the inmate safety as well?
Well, as warden, I don't do purchasing, but when equipment is available,
you could make recommendations based on your in the
yes,
field.
you do make recommendations, and when it is available, there's trainings and stuff like that, and it's used every day. Once it's available, once it's necessary.
So have we purchased any equipment, anything for the facility, to upgrade the facility or to make life easier for you or the guards in there within the last year? And what type of equipment did you buy?
Peter Abrams could elaborate. Go ahead, Peter.
So, for both facilities, St. Thomas and St. Croix, one of the things that we've always done is standardize the procurement, wherein that if we buy something for St. Croix, we buy it for St. Thomas. For example, one of the...
What have you bought? What have you bought? What safety features, tools, equipment for the employees or the facility have you bought to upgrade, to make life better for you or the inmates?
I'm getting to that question. So, we have bought equipment for the officers with respect to the what they call it, the bulletproof vests. We've bought the various equipments that they need as part of their uniform. We bought training equipment for them to do training, whether it be the taser training or the Red Man outfit. We bought equipment for investigative purposes to assist in investigation. For the facility-wise, we bought major equipment like vehicles to make their life better. We've also procured supplies and material for their training purposes, like when they go on the shooting range, when they do things. So it's an ongoing basis, and I know that I'm constantly writing grants to supplement the budget to purchase that equipment. For example, one of the biggest things that we did was we upgraded the radio system, the two-way communication. We did that through a LEPC grant, where we bought in a series of radios for St. Thomas, St. Croix, upgraded the radio system. We've done upgraded communication with VIPD and the Bureau of Corrections. So there's a whole host that's constantly, that we're constantly doing to improve operations and to improve the facility from a safety, custody, protective standpoint.
Thank you for your response. Director Testamark, I'll reduce my inquiry in writing to you, and I'll touch base with you. Have a great day.
No problem. Thank you.
No, wait. One second. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Testamark, on page 4 of your testimony, excuse me, you mentioned the 500 kW generator at the Farley complex. That's a 500 or a 50? I just want to make sure that it's a 500.
It's a 500.
Okay, so a 500 kW generator can power a whole hospital. That generator powers the whole Alexander Farley complex or just the Bureau of Corrections?
I can answer that question real quickly. The 500 covers the VIPD and the 3 stories of that side of the building, which covers Bureau of Corrections and VIPD. And then the courts have a generator that runs their section, and we've developed a relationship with the courts where that in case the one for Bureau of Correction goes down, the courts will allow us to operate off their generator and vice versa.
So the electrical, excuse me, the electrical bill, are you paying for the VIPD or are you just paying for the prison section?
Director Testamark, we pay because, again, our clients are there 24/7. However, it's a shared responsibility. We have a MOU with VIPD, and it's supposed to be a shared responsibility.
Well, Zapopa, that question he answered too clearly. Help me out. Yes, no, maybe so. You paying VIPD electrical bill for a portion? What portion?
Bureau of Corrections pays their bill.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I wanted to ask real quickly here, right? There's one complex, the 207 bed, the AE design. You have a date when it's going to start? Do you have any idea?
The AE design is 100% complete.
Okay, the carpenter shop that was down there that you needed that facility. He has been relocated. Where is he at now? Because I know there was some testimony that we were going to assist him. Where is he now?
We cannot answer that question. That's between them and property and procurement.
Okay, good. The Swan Annex is fully funded for the whole project?
No.
So what are the funding shortfalls and what are your plans to get the funds in place?
It was supposed to be a development that's supposed to be a public-private partnership.
So that's going to go out in a bundle, a PPI bundle. Because you're telling me the design is finished, so when is it going to get to construction? Funding is the issue. When are you going to get the funds? You don't have a start date. Without the proper funds in place, you don't have a start date.
No, there is no start date for that project. Currently, right now, the project is on hold by FEMA.
Okay, because your headings say that these projects are active and progressing, but you're now telling me that that's on hold. So if it's on hold, that means it's not progressing. Okay, so, but I understand that. Do you have any idea when you're going to get funding in place? What is needed, the steps, the meetings, the stakeholders? What else is needed to get the funding in place?
We're in conversations with ODR, and that's where it's at right now.
Okay, so what is the shortfall? I don't want you to give me any total cost because I don't want to, adversely impact the bid, but tell me what is the shortfall? Because ODR, we can address that separately. What is the shortfall? Do you have an idea?
No, we don't.
You don't? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. I realized my time was called.
Director Testamar, as far as public partnership, does the facility have any at all going on right now? Private partner, public-private?
No, sir. Again, this is something that plans. We have not, everything is at a standstill. So it's an ODR, that package. So we did the design, and we were thinking of different ways to come up with the funding. Just like the senator said, the territory doesn't have any money. There's priorities to the schools and hospitals, which we definitely understand. So we are looking for ways in which we could get the funding to achieve the goal, which is to build a facility for the territory. So none of that is in the works. I assure you that when it gets to that step, I'm sure that it will be brought before this body so they could have that conversation.
Thank you for your response. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Good day again to my colleagues, the testifiers, and everyone here. My first question has to do about inmate on inmate or inmate on staff assaults. Do you keep a rate, like a documentation and data on that? And when those instances occur, how are they handled?
Yes, Director Testamark, yes, we do keep stats on that. The wardens of each facilities is supposed to go over all those incidents, and they keep the check. And if we see some trends, whether it's with an inmate or particular staff, those things are addressed.
So do you have a specific rate or number that you could share?
I could get back to you with that.
Through the chair, I'm requesting the statistics as it relates to inmate on staff assaults, so we could see what's happening in regards to that. I also want to know, as it relates to, when was the last time you guys had a emergency preparedness drill, anything of that sort? Because I want to make sure that staff and inmate safety is very important, as well as, we have hurricanes. When was the last time you guys did a drill?
We do quarterly fire drills. Mr. Omar Samuels could elaborate. In addition to that, we had a exercise with Vitima that included Bureau of Corrections, a readiness, and that was about a couple months ago, and that was included.
So it was like biannual, every 2 years,
Yes,
every 1 year, several times a year?
Quarterly, we have fire drills.
Okay.
In reference to emergency preparedness, that's every 6 months.
Okay.
Currently, we're working to develop our coup plan in conjunction with the different stakeholders.
Okay, so it's two different sets. Okay, I understand that. In any of these scenarios, what do you guys do if there's a breach during a hurricane? What plans do you have in place for that?
A breach relative to the facility?
Yes, to the facility, and you can't leave the inmates there. They might have to be moved. What is your contingency plan for moving? Tell us a little bit about, how does that work?
If we have a breach where the facility is damaged, we have a MOU with Core Civic, who will bring in a plane and they will take our facilities, our inmates to a facility that they have because they have the capacity. They have the capacity. So they will work in conjunction with the National Guard to airlift our individuals.
Okay, and that's something already set up through our MOU.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. I want to ask about contraband. What have you guys curtailed a little bit on that? Because I know you guys have discussed it previously. What's the status of that? Dealing with contraband in the system.
Contraband remains our biggest challenge, which again is cell phones, and we continue to do cell searches, continue to inform staff the do's and don'ts and remind them, the wardens and the chiefs and everybody else.
Have you pinpointed how they get into our prison? Because it's not like the inmates are going out and bringing it in. So the only contact they have is, I would assume, with either visitors or the staff. That's about it.
That is correct, ma'am. We've pinpointed how it's coming in. I wouldn't say visitors because any visitor that comes to the facility is done under glass. So we've pinpointed and we are definitely addressing.
You address it when those situations arise.
Yes, ma'am.
But it remains your biggest problem.
Yes, ma'am. And unfortunately,
I understand.
Yeah.
And I don't want you to say too much here on the floor because I know you have to combat it in particular ways, but hopefully you guys get that, under control a little bit. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I hear my time was called.
Thank you, Director Testimore. You and your correction.
Point.
Oh, sorry. We have a point of information. You recognize, sir.
Thank
Senator
you.
Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to go back to the Swan Annex because October of 2020, the Federal Emergency Management Agency recently announced it has awarded the Bureau of Corrections $14.2 million to replace the Alpine A1 Correctional Facility on St. Thomas. What happened since then? You receive an award. Did you later on receive a letter from FEMA saying that they were rescinding that award?
No. Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director. No. We received an award for $14 million. And with that award is what allowed us to pursue doing the architectural drawings. We've been using that monies in preparation. There was a lot of site work because the properties that were there had a lot of hazardous issues that had to be addressed. It was at one time it was a mechanic shop, so it fell upon us. We were told that we were responsible for cleaning up the site and also along with that, we were.
Of the $14 million, 14.2, and we had to put up $3 million match. It was like 17 total. You have begun to draw down on the 14.2 million.
Yes.
How much have you drawn down?
But we're about halfway.
And what has halfway accomplished thus far?
So halfway is accomplished. We actually entered into agreement for the demolition, which now has been put on hold because of FEMA. We had to hire.
Elaborate on that. Because of FEMA, what?
Huh?
Because of FEMA.
FEMA has made a request that now, as we were going through this process, they now determined that we needed to do an environmental assessment. However, they're reviewing that, and it's been over 6 months. They've been reviewing it with no end in sight right now of the review. We check in with ODR to see where they're at, because that's the relationship that we have going through to FEMA. Mm-hmm. And we haven't gotten any feedback.
Okay, so go ahead. You said you spent half, so you spent about $7 million. So break down how you spent that $7 million.
So we spent it in the construction. In the architectural design.
So a contract was awarded to somebody for architectural design.
Yes.
What was the cost of the contract?
That I would have to, on those actual cost of contracts, I will have to get back to you on that because all I see is what has been drawn down. What happened is that a lot of this stuff was in place before we came on board. And so all we've been doing is that we have been managing what was already in place. And so part of that was they had established an agreement with, ODR had established an agreement with Witt O'Brien, who were the engineer, working on the project, and the DLR was a sub to that engineer. We met with them to come up with the conceptual concept of all of that, and they brought it to 100% completion. We went out for bid for the demolition. Part of that process, we had to hire a lot of consultants, for example, to go in and do environmental assessments of the property, to determine what hazardous materials existed. So there was a lot of preliminary, and that's what that money covered right now. So we're at the point now.
So you have the environmental assessment?
Excuse me?
You have the environmental assessment?
Yeah, we have an environment, and so all that paperwork.
And FEMA is requiring an environmental assessment?
Correct. So what happened is that we had to submit, there's a process that FEMA has to go through. And we're at that point right now where FEMA is supposed to be conducting their process.
Okay, so you have submitted your environmental assessment to FEMA?
Yeah.
And the $7 million that remaining will not be sufficient to rebuild the annex?
No, that's why we're doing the public-private partnership.
What is the estimated cost of rebuilding the annex?
We won't know until we get the engineer's estimate, which is the once it is reviewed by the engineers, we will do that because once we send that information to Public Works, and Public Works confirms that information, and so based on that information is when you can determine what the amount of monies that you need to go looking for.
Okay, and lastly, the original award to Bureau of Correction wasn't $14 million. There was an argument made that it wasn't sufficient to rebuild the annex, and there was a petition made by Witt O'Brien, etc. And then the award of $14.2 million came back. But wasn't the understanding of the federal government that the $14 million would be utilized to replace and bring the building up to code? Or that's exactly what they said. With the help of Witt O'Brien, we fought for more than a year to convince FEMA that the annex needed to be completely replaced and brought up to code.
Correct.
Our fight has paid big dividends to the people of the Virgin Islands, which is the award of the $14 million. So have you gone out of that scope that you originally had to bring it up to replace and bring it up to code? Have you expanded the footprint as to why it's more money than what was awarded previously before?
No, what happened was that there were certain aspects of the Swan Annex that the FEMA wanted to address, and we said no, it cannot. We went through one of the processes that FEMA has where we can dispute the claim.
And you want to dispute, and that's how you got the $14 million.
And that's how we got the $14 million.
But now you're saying the $14 million is not sufficient.
No. So what we told them was that the $14 million will be able to cover preparing the site so that preparing the site completely so that we can go out and do a public-private partnership, meaning that the site will be clean, cleared, all our permitting, everything would be in place so that now you can actually go out with an RFP and design a building. And so instead of doing...
FEMA responded in the affirmative that yes, it's okay to do that.
So far, they've given us the green light to continue in the process that we're at.
Have they responded in writing that it's okay to utilize the $14.2 million to do that?
Every step of the way that we've gone, they've given us...
Not that, they got stopped at we got $7 million. Have they told you, we already utilized $7 million. There's an additional 7. I'm asking, have you made a formal request that the $14.2 million would be utilized for this, and that, or we still have more to go? And has FEMA come back and said, yes, you could go ahead and utilize the money for architectural drawing, for demolition?
So every step of the way that we've done,
you're telling me every step of the way. Overall, they say yes.
So what I'm saying is that overall, there have been a bunch of steps, and each step FEMA has approved. moving forward, because that's how we're able to.
Okay, let me change the question.
Okay.
Have we told FEMA the $14.2 million can't rebuild the annex, but we're going to utilize it for this?
We've communicated that through ODR. ODR is the one that's communicating with FEMA.
This poor government, we just have a whole convoluted system. ODR, this, you could never get answers to what going on with anything in the Virgin Islands when it comes to federal project. It's always ODR, this one, that one, and you could never get an answer. And the long and short is the government don't have the money to rebuild. We don't have any legislation for a public-private partnership. So we're spending $7 million, $14 million, and we don't have a plan moving forward. When you finish with the $14.2 million, there must be a plan as to how you're going to get the complex rebuilt. There's nothing there. This legislature hasn't been approached about a public-private partnership or have received a proposal from Bureau of Correction that this is the direction that we would like to move in and this is what we would like you to consider. That is stuff that needs to be ironed out. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
At this time, the chair recognizes Chair recognizes Senator Gittins for his point of information. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My point of information to the last speaker's question. At any point, does the Bureau get to sit with ODR and FEMA? Or had you had that opportunity at any point to sit in these meetings with ODR and FEMA?
We have only sat in meetings with ODR, and ODR is the one that has been the communication.
So you
with.
see, that's what happened. And we'd ask you one question, and you don't go all around. So you never sat with FEMA.
No, that's not true. We've sat with.
So my question again: Have the Bureau Have the Bureau had an opportunity to sit with not only ODR but with ODR and FEMA together at any point? Yes or no? That's all.
Yes.
And at that meeting, whatever meeting it was, what were you able to convey?
We gave ODR our prescription as to what it is that we need to have done. ODR communicates with FEMA. I don't know how else you want me to explain it.
Because you keep telling me about what ODR communicates with
Because everything
FEMA.
that we...
Stop. And I don't want you to get frustrated. We're here to help you too, but we're trying to find out as well whether or not you're able to speak directly to the folks at FEMA to let them know what your true concerns are, so you could get a better understanding. But apparently, it's sounding to us like you have to go through ODR for everything.
That is correct.
So this is why I'm asking you. You say that's correct, but that's why I'm asking you if you ever had an opportunity to speak with FEMA directly. Yes or no? You said yes. So I'm asking you what at that. See, let me finish here because we ain't gonna get a place. And whenever you don't stop and try to understand the question being asked, that's why we don't continue to be back and forth. We ain't here to be adversaries of yours. We want to assist you. But apparently there's a disconnect somewhere there. And it's frustrating not only to you guys, but to this whole community because money is just going through the door. We're talking 7 million and 14 million like that. Pig in a basket again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. At this time, the chair recognizes non-committee member Carla Joseph for her 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. How are you doing, everyone, today? And happy holidays to all. I want to make my questioning very succinct. I know we covered a lot of mileage earlier. I was in an interview with a judicial nominee, so I couldn't be up here earlier. I would have loved to, but I know my colleagues asked some of the questions that I would have asked. I want to go back to a question one of my colleagues asked on page 4 of your testimony, Director Testamark, regarding the 500 kilowatts generator at our Farrelly complex in St. Thomas. Kindly indicate for us, this generator powers the entire complex, including the area where the police department is housed? Is it the whole entire complex, including the recently named Judge Vern Hodge Superior Court? I just wanted to get a perspective.
Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director. The generator powers the site of the building that houses BOC and VIPD, not the courts.
Okay, good. I just want to thank you. Now, when you are powering, and then let's switch to actual billing from WAPA, or even what they do now is estimating, unfortunately, and not in compliance with law. Kindly indicate how is that paid through the single payer? Are you able to reconcile that you versus VIPD is consuming a certain amount of wattage or power?
No, it's being estimated.
It's being estimated for you as well? Okay. And so there isn't a separate, okay, that clears it up. And so how much of the single payer do you absorb, I would say, in the last 2 months for your new fiscal budget? Are you able to talk about that, Director?
Yes, Kathy Monroe, she'll be able to give you that number for the last 2 months.
Kathy Monroe, Fiscal and Budget. For the last 2 months, it's an estimate of $95,501.
95,501. And so our inmates are being housed. Did my time call, Mr. Chairman? I didn't hear it. I'm hearing something,
Yes,
but I
you
wasn't.
could go ahead and wrap up. Yes, you did, but you could go ahead and wrap up.
Thank you. So gracious, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. So our inmates and your staff is being housed with AC and the like, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just one final question. How much did you pay for the generator? What was the cost?
I'll have to get back to you because that was purchased about a year ago. I'll get that information to you.
Through the chair, for both generators, the one that is at John Bell and the one at the Farrelly complex. That's it, Mr. Chair. If you could provide that information, that'd be great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your leniency. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you. Director Testamar, I thank you and your crew for visiting. I'm giving you 30 seconds to wrap up. So you can go right ahead when you're ready.
Senator Chair Joseph, I just want to thank you and the body for allowing BOC to come and talk about our operations, and we look forward to continue working with you all to continue to support what we're doing there at the Bureau of Corrections to help take care of the individuals that's interested in our care. And again, I want to thank my staff, the men and women that work tirelessly in the facility to take care of those individuals that's interested in our care. Thank you.
Thank you, and happy holidays to you and the correction family. Have a good day.
Thank you.
The Committee on Homeland Security and Justice will stand on a 15-minute recess.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, December 4th, 2025 is back on the record. We just completed Block 1 with a review and update from the Bureau of Corrections, and now we'll be moving into the second and final block of the day. Madam Clerk, can you read Block 2 into the record?
Block 2. Bill number 36-0105. An act amending Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, by prohibiting the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, Delta-6 THC, Delta-8 THC, and Delta-10 THC products in the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes. Sponsored by Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Invited testifiers: Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department; Honorable Gordon Ree, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice; Honorable Justa Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner, VI Department of Health; Ms. Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation; Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs; Ms. Reese Richards, Chair, VI Industrial Hemp Commission, Deputy Commissioner, VI Department of Agriculture; Mr. William Waldo, Owner, Virgin Abyss; Ms. Lindsay Rithamel, Owner, The Remedy. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you. And are there any correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
December 3rd, 2020.
Are there? Yes?
Yes.
Can you tell us from whom first, and then proceed, as long as it's not a testimony but just a correspondence?
Yes. There's a letter from Mario Brooks, Police Commissioner, and Reese Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture.
All right, you may proceed with the first one. Tell us from whom first.
Mario M. Brooks, Police Commissioner, December 3rd, 2025. Read testimony on Bill number 36-0105. Dear Senator Joseph, thank you for your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0105, an act amending Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, by prohibiting the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, Delta-6 THC, and Delta-8 THC, and Delta-10 THC products in the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes, at the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety hearing scheduled for 10 a.m. on Thursday, December 4th, 2025, at the Fritz Ilawet's Legislative Room on St. Croix. I am unable to attend the committee hearing due to a previously scheduled crime reduction conference. Please note my views and opinions remain unchanged from the testimony I previously submitted on this bill. I appreciate the committee's understanding and look forward to continued collaboration on this matter. Respectfully, Mario Brooks, Commissioner of Police. Reese E.S. Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture, Chairperson, Hemp Commission. Dear Senator Joseph, on behalf of the Hemp Commission, I respectfully request that you excuse me and the members of the Hemp Commission from the hearing scheduled for December 4th, 2025. I have been informed by your office that Congress has redefined hemp. Thus, our jurisdiction is limited to industrial hemp and not consumables derived from hemp. I have also been informed that OCR will assume the responsibility for regulating all consumables, thus removing us from the process. According to the federal law, all intoxicating hemp products will be disqualified from meeting the definition of hemp. The Hemp Commission has been meeting with the members of OCR, and we will continue to collaborate going forward. The members of the Commission applaud you for taking the lead on this issue, and we are equally pleased that Congress has taken the initiative to provide more clarity on the definition of hemp. Please accept this letter also as our support for your legislation and regulation of the industries, both hemp and cannabis. Thank you for your understanding and best wishes to you and your staff for the holidays. Reese Richards, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll just do a systems check. We'll start with Ms. Moorhead, that's on Zoom. Can we just do a system check by you stating your name, position, title, and agency, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I can,
This
loud and
is
clear.
Joanne Moore. This is Joanne Moorhead, the Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Regulation. Thank you.
Thank you. And from my left to right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good afternoon, Gordon Ray, Attorney General.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Houston Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health. Thank you.
I'm not sure if we heard you there. I want to make sure that your mic is on. Can you do that one more time for me?
Of course. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Houston Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health.
Okay. For some reason, that mic is only coming on towards the end of her testimony, but hopefully we wouldn't have any problems. Next up.
Good afternoon, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health Enforcement, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome.
Senator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Houston Encarnacion, Commissioner of VI Department of Health.
Thank you. So it must be that microphone there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health, VI Department of Health.
Steele, welcome.
Good afternoon, Marquise Taylor-Jones, Chief Legal Counsel, VI Department of Health.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. All right, so at this time,
Dr. Sims.
My apologies, St. Thomas, we have a testifier. Can you put your name,
Good
title?
afternoon, Dr. Nicole Cragwell Sims. Good afternoon, Nicole Cragwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Thank you and welcome. At this time, I'll recognize the bill sponsor, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., to introduce the bill. Bill number 36-0105.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I rise to offer bill number 36-0105, an act amending Title 7 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, by prohibiting the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, delta THC, delta H THC, and delta 10 THC products in the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes. When this bill was introduced in August, a loophole existed that has since been closed federally. This bill was sent back to committee to address regulating those products that exist due to the loophole. Today, at the appropriate time, I will offer an amendment that will provide clear definitions that mirrors those of the federal government and make clear the responsibilities of the Industrial Hemp Commission and the Office of Cannabis Regulation. There will be those that will say the law is not needed. However, cannabis is still federally prohibited, and we have an adult use cannabis law, and this measure is needed to have regulatory framework for the sale and consumption of these products. Further, as just happened, laws can be amended, and we do not know for certain if the federal government will delay implementation or amend the legislation. Colleagues, we just take actions, and I ask for your support. Motion.
Thank you for the introduction of that bill. You're getting ahead of yourself there with this motion, but we're not quite there yet. Do I hear a motion, Senator Johnson? No. Oh, okay. At this time, we'll proceed to the testimony, and we will begin with the testimony of the Department of Health, followed by the Executive Director of Office of Cannabis Regulation, followed by the Attorney General, and then DLCA. We'll proceed in that order. So, Commissioner Encarnacion, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Senate Vice President, as well as Chair for this committee hearing. The bill sponsor, Senator Clifford A. Joseph, the Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Vice Chair Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, committee and non-committee members, and all those viewing and listening. I am Justa Ortita Encarnacion, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Joining me are Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Deputy Commissioner of Behavioral Health and Substance Use Renan Steele, Chief Legal Counsel Makeish Taylor-Jones, and Director of Environmental Health Wanson Harris. We are here to provide testimony on amendments to Bill number 35-0105, which prohibits the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, THCA, Delta-6-THC, Delta-8-THC, and Delta-10-THC products in the U.S. Virgin Islands. We give recognition to the Environmental Health Division for its continued inspections of high-risk businesses and its commitment to U.S. Food and Drug Administration policies of the Virgin Islands Department of Health's policies and procedures. Their work is vital to keeping our community safe. We also recognize the work of the Behavioral Health and Substance Use Team, who cares for and provides emergency intervention for those who experience adverse events associated with the consumption of semi-synthetic cannabinoids derived from hemp. Thank you for the entire Department of Health team for your dedication. We also at this time thank Governor Albert Bryant Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Trugenza A. Roach, Esquire, for their continued leadership and support of our mission, which is to reduce health risks, increase access to quality health care, and enforce health standards. Since our last testimony, the urgency surrounding this legislation has only intensified. Congress recently passed a federal provision that bans nearly all hemp-derived consumer products containing more than 0.4 milligrams of total THC per container. When it takes effect within the next year, this measure will affect approximately 95% of the $28 billion hemp retail market and more than 300,000 jobs nationwide. Importantly, it begins to address one of our more core concerns, the unintended consequences of the 2018 Farm Bill. While that bill legalized hemp under a narrow definition, it created a regulatory gap that manufacturers of synthetic and semi-synthetic cannabinoids quickly exploited. The problem is not hemp itself, which has valid and lawful uses, but the unregulated intoxicating derivatives being sold under its umbrella. Compounds such as Delta-8, Delta-10, THCA, and Delta-6-THC are produced through chemical conversions that can introduce contaminants and dangerous byproducts. These substances generate psychoactive effects equal to or stronger than cannabis, yet they routinely enter the market without oversight, testing requirements, age restrictions, or safe packaging. Reports from CDC and FDA continue to warn of significant health risks tied to those products, including dizziness, confusion, vomiting, hallucination, contamination, and accidental poisoning among children. They're often the result of packaging designed to mimic familiar snacks. The long-term risks are even more troubling for adolescents, with research connecting the THC exposure to cognitive impairment, addiction, mental health disorders, and conditions such as cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Edible products add an additional layer of danger due to delayed onset and conversion into more potent metabolites, increasing the likelihood of overdose. Many of these items are intentionally manufactured or resemble candy or snack foods, making them particularly appealing to youth. A single accidental ingestion can result in hospitalization or worse. Without clear regulatory standards, these substances can prevent established cannabis safeguarding and put children and other vulnerable groups such as older adults at significant risk, which can be avoided. The Virginia Department of Health is prepared to implement Bill 36-0105 through a coordinated system-driven approach. Using our existing Food Code Authority, we will work in partnership with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Office of Hemp and Cannabis Regulations to ensure consistent enforcement across the territory. The Environmental Health Division will incorporate compliance assessments into routine inspections and will embargo prohibited products in accordance with Sections 3-202.12 and 3-201.11. We do not support a grace period of any kind for any realtors. Immediate enforcement is both aligned with federal requirements and essential to core public health principles. A comprehensive strategy must extend beyond regulations to prevention. Responsible advertisement is a critical safeguard, and we urge industry partners and media outlets to refuse marketing practices that glamorize intoxicating products or appeal to youth. Public-facing messaging should reinforce safe, legal, and responsible behaviors. Education remains one of our strongest tools for mitigating harm. Through partnerships with schools, community organizations, and healthcare providers, the department will deliver clear and accessible information on product labeling, safe storage, and early signs of intoxication. This approach ensures that Virgin Islands, especially young people and families, are informed, protected, and empowered to make safer decisions. According to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, THCA, Delta-6 THC, Delta-8 THC, and Delta-10 THC are not authorized for use in food of any kind. The FDA has made it clear that there is no significant basis to classify these substances as general, recognized as safe, or GRAS, or to exempt them from federal food additive requirements. Apart from 3 specific hemp seed ingredients, any food product containing these compounds is considered adulterated and in direct violation of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. The FDA has already issued multiple warnings letters to companies unlawfully marketing food and beverage products with Delta-8 THC and CBD. Delta-8 THC is explicitly defined as an unapproved food additive, which means any product containing it or similar derivatives such as Delta-10 or THCA is adulterated under federal law. When these products are identified during routine inspections, the Department of Health has full authority to act under Section 8-903.10. Inspectors can issue hold orders and immediately coordinate enforcement actions with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Industrial Hemp Commission. No new infrastructure is required. Enforcement simply relies on applying the food safety tool already in place to protect Virgin Islands families from products linked to more than 2,300 poison control cases nationwide, 41% of which involve children. The legislation speaks directly to our responsibility to protect the most vulnerable among us. It prioritizes public health, reduces youth access to intoxicating derivatives, and safeguards healthy brain development during the most critical years. It also acknowledges the broader system-wide strain these products have already created, including rising emergency room visits and hospitalization that have direct implications for our healthcare resources and our tourism economy. By prohibiting the possession, sale, and manufacturing of these substances, this bill offers a decisive preventive measure, one that strengthens community safety today and reduces long-term dependencies risk for future generations to come. Beyond enforcement, prevention demands responsible advertisement and proactive education. The Department of Health is committed to providing accurate information about the risk of hemp-derived intoxicants and cannabis-related products. To re-emphasize, we strongly call on industry partners, community organizations, and media to reject marketing that glamorizes the substance or target youth. Messaging must promote safe, legal, and responsible practices. Education is equally critical. Through school programs, public campaigns, and healthcare partnerships, we will equip Virgin Islanders, especially youth and families, with the knowledge on product labeling, safe storage, and recognizing signs of intoxication. When speaking about partners, we want to recognize and express our sincere gratitude to all of the behavioral health and substance use providers throughout the territory for their tireless efforts in addressing the challenges faced by individuals struggling with substance use disorders, particularly those associated with hemp-related products that we are addressing today. Your dedication to compassionate, evidence-based care not only supports recovery but strengthens the overall health and resilience of our communities. The work you do is as vital as we all remain committed to supporting the mission and as we navigate these evolving public health concerns together. In closing, innovative and economic opportunities cannot outweigh our responsibility to safeguard public health. We respectfully, emphasize the recommendation to remove the 30-day grace period in its entirety. Even a single day designated as a grace period creates unnecessary risk and potential harm for children and other vulnerable populations. To ensure the strongest protection, enforcement should take effective immediately upon passage of this legislation. This legislation provides a balanced approach to our territory's needs, supporting economic development while keeping health and safety in the forefront. Such states as New York, Colorado, and North Dakota has already moved to restrict or ban synthetic THC derivatives, recognizing the risk these products pose. By moving this bill forward, the Virgin Islands aligns itself with national best practices and reinforces a commitment to evidence-based policy making. The FDA has not approved Delta 8, Delta 10, or similar compounds for safe use in any form, which makes timely local action both critical and necessary. It is important for us to also recognize those providers throughout our territories. The Virgin Islands Department of Health remains steadfast in its mission to protect residents from preventable harm. By supporting Bill number 36-10105, the legislature will meaningfully reduce public health risk, protect our youth, and strengthen the regulatory safeguard around cannabinoid products. We thank Senator Joseph for his leadership in championing this bill, and we urge the committee to advance it with an amendment that removes or significantly shortens the grace period for retailer compliance. The department stands ready to collaborate with lawmakers, community members, and healthcare providers to ensure effective and responsible implementation. Members of the committee, thank you for your time, your diligence, and your commitment to the health of the Virgin Islands. We are prepared to answer any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. And in that last reference of the bill number in the last sentence there, what was the bill number?
36-0105.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now we'll move to Ms. Joanne Moorhead, online, Executive Director for the VA Office of Cannabis Regulation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
It's high afternoon where we're at. Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, other committee members and members of the 36th legislature present, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Joanne Moorhead, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation. Thank you for the opportunity to once again provide testimony before this body on Bill number 36-0105, now under consideration with the proposed amendment number 36-565. The Office of Cannabis Regulation continues to support the legislature's efforts to address the public health, consumer safety, and regulatory challenges associated with intoxicating hemp products and artificially derived cannabinoids such as Delta-8 THC, Delta-10 THC, and THCA products marketed as hemp. Since the emergence of what the industry has termed the hemp loophole in the 2018 Farm Bill, these products have been manufactured largely outside any regulated framework, frequently lack accurate testing and labeling, and are commonly marketed in forms that appeal to youth. Left unaddressed, they threaten to erode the integrity of the regulated cannabis system created under Act 8680, the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act. For these reasons, OCR supports the policy intent of Bill 36-0105 and the overall direction of amendment number 36-565 as a measured and necessary response to this rapidly evolving issue. The federal landscape governing hemp-derived cannabinoid products has shifted dramatically with the enactment in the week of November 12th of the Agriculture, Rural Development, Food and Drug Administration and Related Agencies Appropriations Act of 2026. Now fully enacted, this federal law establishes a strict 0.4 milligram total THC per container limit for finished consumer products, defines total THC to include THCA, and expressly excludes all chemically converted or synthetic cannabinoids from the federal definition of hemp. Although these federal standards are now law, federal enforcement is not expected to begin until November 12, 2026. This delayed timetable makes it all the more important for the Virgin Islands to act proactively and adopt a regulatory and enforcement structure that reflects these changes. By removing intoxicating and synthetically derived cannabinoids from the hemp category, Congress has eliminated the ambiguity that previously allowed products such as Delta-8 THC and Delta-10 THC to be marketed outside regulated cannabis systems. As a result, the vast majority of intoxicating hemp products now fall squarely within the regulatory space reserved for intoxicating cannabis products, making territorial reform both prudent and necessary. This change resets the regulatory context in which the Virgin Islands must legislate. Products that exceed the new federal THC limit or that are created through chemical conversion are no longer federally recognized as hemp and therefore cannot be regulated under an agriculture-based framework. Instead, they must fall within the same system that governs intoxicating cannabis products. This reinforces the need for a unified territorial structure under the Office of Cannabis Regulation, the agency already equipped to regulate psychoactive products and ensure public health safeguards. Although Amendment number 36-565 provides several useful tools, including clearer definitions, testing requirements, packaging standards, and transitional provisions, the federal shift requires the territory to move decisively to a new regulatory distinction: agricultural hemp versus intoxicating cannabinoid products. This shift clarifies that intoxicating or chemically altered cannabinoids cannot remain within an agriculture-based framework. Accordingly, continuing with the divided oversight structure contemplated in the amendment risks regulatory inconsistency and misalignment with federal expectations. While the OCR supports the intent and many of the technical refinements of Amendment number 36-565, the proposed administrative structure presents significant operational concerns. As drafted, the bill divides responsibility between the Industrial Hemp Commission and OCR. Hemp Commission would continue issuing hemp permits, collecting civil fines, and receiving enforcement revenues under Title VII, while OCR would be responsible for developing and enforcing the regulatory framework for intoxicating hemp retailers under Title XIX. In practice, this arrangement would require one agency to draft and administer rules, while another, currently without sufficient staffing or budget to assume new enforcement obligations, would be tasked with carrying them out. This fragmented approach risks administrative confusion, delays in implementation, and unclear lines of accountability. Without a unified chain of authority, enforcement could stall, creating gaps that jeopardize both consumer protection and the stability of legitimate operators. These structural weaknesses make clear that a divided framework is not only impractical, but fundamentally incompatible with effective oversight of intoxicating cannabinoid products. A review of how other jurisdictions have addressed similar structural questions further underscores the need for consolidation. California and Colorado have centralized oversight of all intoxicating cannabinoids within their cannabis authorities, achieving consistency, enforceability, and measurable reductions in unregulated market activity. In California, the Department of Cannabis Control reported improved compliance rates and more effective product recalls once hemp-derived intoxicants were brought under the same regulatory umbrella as cannabis. Colorado's Marijuana Enforcement Division likewise documented fewer consumer complaints and clearer enforcement pathways after consolidating authority. By contrast, states that initially divided oversight across agricultural, health, or consumer protection agencies, such as Louisiana, Kentucky, and Vermont, ultimately abandoned those structures due to overlapping jurisdiction, gaps in inspection authority, and public confusion over which agency regulated which products. These states concluded that a unified regulatory body was essential for coherent enforcement, consistent product standards, and streamlined industry communication. For these reasons, the Virgin Islands should adopt a unified regulatory structure that brings all intoxicating cannabinoid products under OCR's authority, while preserving the Industrial Hemp Commission's role for agricultural cultivation, research, and non-consumer hemp uses only. Consolidating oversight aligns territorial law with the new federal definition of hemp, avoids duplicative responsibilities, and ensures that enforcement and consumer protections are consistently applied. Accordingly, OCR recommends extending the rulemaking period from the proposed 90 days to 120 days to ensure thoughtful integration of the new federal standards and maintain continuity with OCR's existing cannabis regulatory system. Given these recent federal developments, OCR also respectfully recommends that the legislature incorporate the new federal standards into Bill number 36-0105 as amended. This includes adopting a definition of total THC that mirrors the federal approach, applying a 0.4 milligram total THC per container limit for finished consumer hemp products, and ensuring that any cannabinoid produced through chemical conversion or synthesis is excluded from the definition of hemp and regulated exclusively within the cannabis framework. In closing, OCR affirms its support for the objectives of Bill number 36-0105 as amended by Amendment number 36-565. With the refinements recommended, this legislation can establish a coherent, science-based framework that safeguards Virgin Islanders while promoting a transparent and responsible cannabinoid marketplace. Thank you, Senator Joseph and members of your committee, for your continued leadership and for the opportunity to provide this testimony on behalf of the Office of Cannabis Regulation. The office remains available to provide technical support and collaborative assistance as this measure moves forward.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Moorhead. Now we'll move to Attorney Ray. You're recognized for your testimony. Virgin Islands Department of Justice.
Yes, thank you and good morning. Chairman Clifford Joseph, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety members, other senators, legislative staff, and the listening and viewing audiences. I'm Attorney General Gordon Ray. It's an honor and privilege to appear before you this morning. this afternoon. The Department of Justice appreciates the opportunity to comment on Bill number 36-0105 as amended. The Department of Justice has reviewed Bill 36-0105 and
That's
offers
1 second, Attorney. That's 0105.
0105.
Thank you for the record.
Yes, sir. And offers the following remarks. The stated purpose of Bill number 36-0105 is to amend Title VII of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, to prohibit the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, Delta-6 THC, Delta-8 THC, and Delta-10 THC products in the Virgin Islands. The Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, agrees with the positions of the Department of Health and of OCR as presented here today regarding the passage of Bill number 36-0105. As the attorney for the people of the Virgin Islands and the prosecutor of offenses against the laws of the Virgin Islands, the Department is tasked with enforcing the laws of the United States Virgin Islands as enacted by this legislative body. That includes any laws pertaining to marijuana, hemp, cannabis, or other chemical compounds. The Department of Justice believes it's important to develop and enforce stronger regulations governing cannabis and hemp-derived products, particularly those that pose health risks or harm to minors. As noted in Bill 36-0105, Delta-8 and other similar THC products are not currently regulated by the Food and Drug Administration. Without approval from the FDA, it is impossible to know whether products labeled as Delta-8 THC are safe for use. Without FDA oversight, complications can occur as a result of inaccurate labeling, contamination, or inconsistent potencies. Additionally, because these products are relatively new and research is limited, the long-term health risks associated with these cannabinoids are unknown. Previously, the Department of Justice testified to its concerns regarding the overlap of certain hemp laws as codified in Title VII of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, and cannabis laws, which can be found in the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act in Title 19 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 34, contained in Bill number 36-0105. Because hemp and cannabis are regulated by different code sections and two different regulatory bodies, there was confusion about how Bill number 36-0105 would be implemented. 0105 would be implemented, regulated, and enforced. As amended, the bill clears up some of that confusion by expanding the number of defined terms and establishing roles for both the Office of Cannabis Regulation, or OCR, and the Virgin Islands Industrial Hemp Commission, with OCR regulating artificially derived cannabinoid and intoxicating hemp products. The Department of Justice continues to defer to the Office of Cannabis Regulation and the Virgin Islands Industrial Hemp Commission for their guidance on any remaining conflicts. It should be noted, however, that the federal government funding package signed into law in November of this year included significant revisions to federal hemp policy. While these changes do not go into effect until November 2026, once they do, they will tighten federal hemp regulations by redefining legal hemp and imposing limits on total THC content per container, effectively banning most hemp-derived consumable products currently on the market. Additionally, the new law requires the FDA to issue specific guidance and provide lists of covered cannabinoids by February 10, 2026. Thus, this bill may, at least once the federal provisions become effective, be redundant. Although the one-year implementation window allows time for further legislative modifications and possible alternate regulatory frameworks, it may be prudent to monitor the new law and consider legislation that mirrors the federal regulations. While there is some overlap between the new federal law and the language in Bill number 36-0105, the two are not identical. For example, the federal law considers total THC content and does not automatically outlaw cannabinoids because they're psychoactive or intoxicating. Instead, only cannabinoids that exceed THC limits or are synthetically altered would be banned. It focuses on THC quantity and bans synthetic or converted cannabinoids federally, while Bill number 36-0105 would create a local law prohibiting intoxicating hemp products and non-naturally occurring cannabinoids. Bill number 36-0105 also includes local licensing, permitting, and enforcement provisions. Although federal laws generally override conflicting state and territorial laws through federal supremacy, states and territories also have the freedom to enforce their own laws. Enacting laws that align with federal regulations may assist the territory in avoiding conflicts with federal laws, ensuring fairness in application of laws, and promoting unified legal standards. If passed, the proposed legislation would make any cannabinoid that's reasonably likely to cause intoxication, has psychoactive effects, or is marketed as euphoric or intoxicating illegal within the territory. This could include cannabinoids marketed as relaxing or mildly euphoric, and CBD products that are perceived as mood-altering. This terminology might conflict with the territory's recent position with respect to the sale, use, and distribution of cannabis in general. The Department of Justice thanks this legislature for continuing to provide law enforcement with the tools necessary to prevent the possession, sale, or manufacture of potentially dangerous cannabinoid products in the territory. Such safeguards are important to protect consumers in the Virgin Islands and to ensure that any cannabis or hemp-related products sold in the territory are done so in compliance with our legal and public health requirements. I thank the committee for allowing the Department of Justice to testify on this bill as amended. This concludes my final remarks. I welcome any questions that you may have, and just to make it clear, I do support this bill.
Thank you, Attorney General Ray. Next up, we will hear from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good day, Honorable Clifford A. Joseph, Sr., Chair of the Committee on Homeland Security, and the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Senate Vice President, and acting as Chair on this committee, on this sitting of the committee today. And a special good day to the esteemed members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I am Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, appearing on behalf of Commissioner H. Natalie Hodge of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today I am accompanied by Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you to offer testimony in continued support of Bill number 360105.
Thank you, sir.
As amended by Amendment 36565. The bill seeks to regulate the licensing and sale of intoxicating and artificially derived hemp products within the Virgin Islands in order to protect consumers and prevent the proliferation of unregulated psychoactive substances in the local marketplace. We commend the sponsor of this measure for the foresight and leadership demonstrated in prioritizing both consumer protection and public health, the rapid expansion of hemp-derived intoxicants such as Delta-8 THC, Delta-10 THC, THCA flower, and other chemically converted cannabinoids has created a market that is increasingly difficult for consumers and regulators to navigate. Many of these products are packaged in ways that resemble candies, sodas, and snack foods, which increases their appeal to minors while obscuring their potency and potential risks. The products frequently enter the market without sufficient testing, without proper age verification, and without accurate, transparent labeling. The result is a growing regulatory challenge that requires decisive action. The regulatory landscape of hemp and hemp-derived cannabinoid is changing swiftly at the federal level. Two major developments in particular have deep implications for the Virgin Islands. First, the 2018 Agriculture Improvement Act, commonly referred to as the Farm Bill, legalized hemp by defining it as cannabis containing no more than 0.3% delta-9 THC on a dry weight basis. While this legislation opened the door for a national hemp industry, it also inadvertently created a loophole. Manufacturers soon discovered they could convert lawful hemp extracts, such as CBD, into more potent intoxicating cannabinoids like delta-8 and delta-10 THC, which could then be sold outside of established cannabis regulatory systems. This development created a vast gray market of psychoactive products that look like hemp but function more like cannabis. Second, and even more consequential, on November 13th, 2025, just as these matters were being considered here in the Virgin Islands, Congress enacted a federal spending measure that significantly redefines hemp and tightens federal controls. This measure shifts the federal standard away from a simple delta-9 calculation towards a total THC model that incorporates THCA and other intoxicating potential. It also excludes synthetically derived or chemically converted cannabinoids from the federal definition of hemp and establishes a strict 0.4 milligram per container limit on the total THC in hemp-derived products. This new federal framework becomes fully effective at the end of a one-year transition period in November of 2026. In practice, this means that many products currently marketed as hemp, including a substantial portion of the Delta-8 beverages, edibles, and vapes, will lose their federal hemp status by next year. Given these rapid federal developments and the one-year transition period mandated under the new congressional appropriations language, it is imperative that the Virgin Islands act now. Without timely territorial legislation, our jurisdiction will face growing regulatory gaps, an influx of non-compliant intoxicating hemp products, and increased difficulty enforcing youth protections and product standards. Acting proactively positions the territory to align with the emerging federal framework, protect consumers, and prevent the Virgin Islands from becoming a refuge for products that are being banned or tightly controlled elsewhere. If the territory does not modernize our framework in alignment with these national trends, we risk in short order becoming a dumping ground for products that will rapidly become illegal and unsellable in other jurisdictions. That would expose our residents to unnecessary risk and allow the marketplace to be shaped not by science or safety, but by the regulatory actions of other states. Bill number 360105, as amended by the sponsor's proposal, is therefore both timely and essential. However, DLCA believes that some refinements will strengthen the measure further, align it more fully with federal direction, and ensure efficient enforcement. We support the bill's efforts to clearly distinguish hemp, intoxicating hemp products, and artificially derived cannabinoids. The amendment appropriately excludes chemically altered cannabinoids and any products containing quantifiable THCA or other psychoactive variants from the definition of hemp. To further strengthen this section and align it with the emergent federal framework, we recommend that the legislature expressly authorize the adoption of a total THC calculation by regulation. This calculation should incorporate delta-9 THC, THCA on a decarboxylated basis, and any cannabinoid shown to have intoxicating effects or potential as or marketed as such. We further recommend acknowledging the federal 0.4 milligram per container limit as a minimum standard, while authorizing the territory to impose more restrictive limits where necessary. These steps will prevent future arguments that products with low dry weight THC but high overall intoxicating potential still qualify as hemp. The current draft assigns the Industrial Hemp Commission substantial authority over hemp permits penalties and enforcement, while simultaneously creating a new intoxicating hemp and artificially derived cannabinoid retailer license under Title 19 to be administered by the Office of Cannabis Regulation. While we respect the statutory role of the Hemp Commission, DLCA shares the concerns expressed by the Office of Cannabis Regulation regarding the practicality of this divided model. National best practices demonstrate that intoxicating cannabinoid regulation is most effective when housed within a single well-sourced cannabis authority. For this reason, DLCA recommends limiting the Hemp Commission's jurisdiction to agricultural and industrial hemp, that's cultivation, research, and non-intoxicating uses under Title VII, and vesting all intoxicating product oversight and including permitting and enforcement with the Office of Cannabis Regulation. DLCA would continue to serve as a business licensing authority and enforcement partner. We further recommend that the inclusion of a clear interagency coordination framework or the direction that OCR, DLCA, DOH, and VIPD execute memoranda of understanding detailing joint inspections, data sharing, seizure protocols, and shared enforcement priorities. DLCA strongly supports the amendment's requirements for rigorous product testing, packaging, and tracking standards. The requirement that all intoxicating hemp and artificially derived cannabinoid products be tested by ISO certified laboratories, including those operated by the University of the Virgin Islands or accredited laboratories in Puerto Rico, will significantly improve safety and transparency. We also support the bill's mandate for child restraint and tamper-resistant packaging and its prohibition on products that mimic candy or snack foods. As equally important are the provisions restricting sales to consumers aged 21 and older and requiring reliable age verification protocols for both in-person and online transactions. Given the complexity of harmonizing these rules with the existing cannabis regulatory structure and the new federal total THC framework, DLCA supports OCR's request to extend the rulemaking period from 90 days to 120 days. This extension will allow for more comprehensive stakeholder consultation, ensure coherence with the federal model, and reduce the need for frequent revisions. Bill number 360105, together with pertinent amendments, is a vital step towards closing the regulatory gaps surrounding intoxicating hemp-derived products in the Virgin Islands. With the recommended refinements, especially in the incorporation of a total THC framework, a clarified oversight structure, a 120-day rulemaking window, and explicit import control provisions, the legislature will establish a strong, enforceable, and science-based regulatory framework that protects public safety, safeguards youth, and supports responsible businesses. We extend our gratitude to the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenja Roach, and generally the Brian Roach administration for their steadfast support in advancing consumer protection. We also thank the committed men and women of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, along with our partners at the Department of Health and the Office of Cannabis Regulation for their dedication and collaboration in this effort. We thank the committee for the opportunity to present this testimony and respectfully urge the passage of Bill number 360105 with the suggested amendments, as we believe they will help advance a balanced, enforceable, and science-based regulatory framework. Thank you for your continued support, and we welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner, for your testimony on behalf of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I don't see any other testimony to be provided at this time. Everyone else is in a support role, correct? All righty. So, colleagues, we'll move to a round of questioning, 3 minutes Starting with Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony thus far in this particular measure. I want to start off by commending the bill's sponsor for the legislation on bill number 36-0105 and to really commend his stick-to-itiveness in moving this measure along. It speaks to consumer protection and public safety, and of course, that is of interest to everyone in this community. I had the opportunity to sit into several of the stakeholders' meeting or engagement on this proposed legislation, and as we can see, that in fact there have been some movement at the federal level in regards to addressing some of the concerns that was raised during some of the stakeholders' engagement. So much so that they have already put in place certain measures that would prohibit certain of these hemp products moving to November of 2026. So in the meantime, we have to then make sure that we continue to allow for the protection of our community members and our young people in respect to how at the local level we will be providing protection for them in this respect. Mr. AG, you spoke about, and I just wanted to ask you, talk about supporting the measure. However, in your testimony, there was some indication that you thought that there may be some contravention of the legislation to the federal law, or can you expand a little bit in terms of how you believe that there'll be no need for this law moving forward if in fact the federal proposed legislation is enacted anytime soon?
Yeah, my sense is any issue could be ended by...
Speaking to the mic.
Oh, sorry. I think any possible issue could be eliminated if we follow the same standard as the new proposed federal law follows. And then I don't think there's going to be a problem. Problem can pop up if there's the federal standard and we have a different standard, and then there could be some real litigation over whether the local rule can supersede the federal one and vice versa. And
so based on the amendment that will be offered, of course, later on today, and whether or not, I'm not a member of this committee, but if it's supported by the committee members, do you see that as being the fix that will address some of the concerns that you see in regards to moving this legislation outside of what's being proposed by the federal government?
Yeah, I don't see any major problem with it. And the amendment, of course, redoes the definitions in a way that I think does make it very consistent with the federal statute. So even though there may be some minor variances, and I'd be glad to go through and try to figure out what those are with this amendment, I think they're certainly, at least intellectually, on the same path.
Thank you, Mr. AG. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted one clarification from this expansion from DLCA.
You may.
In regards to your support on page 4 of the measure, you talk about clearly distinguish the hemp intoxicating hemp products. Can you expand on that particular paragraph where you speak to the need for the section to be further strengthened and aligned with the emerging federal framework? Can you speak to, or can you just expand on your suggestion or recommendation in that area, Assistant Commissioner?
Yes. While we were fully in the mode of reviewing and responding to this legislation over the last several months, the emergence of this new federal definition and some of the restrictions, one of the things that they offer is that 0.4 milligram per container limit. That's in not just having a 0.3 by dry weight volume, it's saying the size of the container and the contents of that container are also going to be regulated. And so we want to be able to say, just to make sure that we align, as the AG said, we align as much as possible with the federal legislation so that at the time we are not putting ourselves in opposition to it.
And thank you for that. And further, in regards to the inclusion of a clear interagency coordination framework, you know, I'm always challenged by when you have multiple agencies that engage, that you don't have clear definition of who's responsible for what. Do you see an opportunity here for the OCR, the LCA, Department of Health, and the VIPD in terms of an MOU to clearly define, you know, the role of the joint inspection, data sharing, seizure protocols, and shared enforcement priorities? Do you see some existing conflict that could result from that, or do you believe that, in fact, that this MOU could really clarify exactly the role of each of these interagencies?
Yeah. I must admit, Senator, thank you, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Currently, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Department of Health are almost like brothers and sisters, like loving brothers and sisters working together in this. And so I know that the Department of Health has a clear pathway to how they may be able to enforce. And I think that DLCA also, one of the areas that we were struggling with is the seizure of products. And we typically did it under the authority that the Department of Health had. And so I think by specifically putting that in the legislation, which I think the amendment in the latter part addresses, it creates a space for us to say clearly, we can seize products that violate the law, and there's no question about it. And I think my testimony, or our testimony from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs acknowledges that, the need for that just clarity. And I think that the piece of legislation in the latter part does reference that, but I think the opportunity for MOU would be helpful.
Very well, thank you. Also, obviously, you're also suggesting that OCR and VIPD be made a part of that conflation of agencies. So they too will have to be joined at the hips with DLCA and DOH to make sure that this framework works properly.
And Senator, if I may, the absolute truth is that it currently exists. When we go out on inspections and other types of activities, it's Department of Health, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and now the emergence of the OCR. The OCR has been partnering with us, but I just wanted to, and VIPD. And so I just wanted to make sure to lay it out in this piece here.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Assistant Commissioner, you kind of made me wonder what was going on there. You said that the Department of Health is like, y'all have like a brother and sister relationship. That's your sister agency. You're supposed to be brother and sister.
I was using it. Well, let me be silent.
I just making sure that that you guys are one working family.
We are.
Just before I go back to Senator DeGraff and the enforcement side of it, since we have the enforcement director for DLCA and the enforcement director for health. Are y'all actually making inspections outside of this cannabis issue here? No, but are y'all actually making inspections of businesses, especially after hours?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. As it pertains to after hours, I can't say with specificity that we have jointly addressed anything after hours.
Well, I'm not asking about doing anything jointly, even on your own, whether jointly or on your own. Are you guys actually conducting inspections after hours?
Absolutely, Senator.
I hear he telling you to say yes or no, so you say absolutely. I want straight responses, because a lot of these businesses that we're talking about are operating like late nights. Are your enforcement officers out there conducting inspections?
Yes, Senator.
Yes, Senator.
Put your name and title on the record for the stenographer.
Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health Enforcement. So we're actually conducting late night inspections based on some complaints that came to our office. Up to this week, we've been doing inspections, and the Commissioner of Health actually approved for us to do these inspections. So the officers, along with the inspectors, will be out for the balance of the year and beyond.
And I'm not necessarily talking about overtime either. Sometimes we have to adjust schedules. So if your customer working in the day, you shift that schedule from working in the day to work in the night.
Combination of both.
And I'm specifically now asking, so based on your inspections, have you all seen any of these businesses operating out of context, specifically with this, what they call it, this hookah thing where people smoking and whatnot? A number of businesses have been seeing operating like a hookah bar or whatever, and they don't have the proper authorization to do that. Have you all addressed this?
Yes, Senator.
Please put your, remember our stenographer is remote, so when you respond, you need to say who is responding.
Yes, Senator. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement, DLCA. Absolutely.
Absolutely what?
Yes, Senator, to your question, if we're addressing hookahs and these smoking establishments.
So have you found anyone to be operating outside of the confines of the law?
Yes, Senator.
And what have been done?
We've issued citations, and we just recently entertained a hearing for one of those citations that were issued.
Excellent.
Director Harris, Director for Enforcement, Department of Health. We did some inspections based on complaints that came into our office in reference to these hookah lounges or establishments that are conducting hookah. We issue citations. As a matter of fact, we had one establishment had to come in and pretty much they did not understand. According to them, they did not understand the procedures, so we did the education part of it as well.
And does the Department of Health have a hearing officer like the Department of Licensing and Consumer? Do you hear your own cases when you issue citations?
I think he wants me to answer that question. Hussein Carnacion, Commissioner of VA Department of Health. No, currently, I know that is one of the things, the objectives that our legal counsel is working on at this point in time. What we do, though, if there is a license issue in regards to what's happening, we've been linking with DLCA, and they have been hearing our cases for us at this point in time until we are able to present that as well as we need to do.
Okay.
We're there. We're on our way.
Thank you. And that's what I wanted to know, because I want to know, I mean, if they're going out and doing the inspection, if you're issuing a citation, I want to know what happening with this. So we're issuing a citation for if it ain't going no place.
So, Senator, what has happened in the past is that if we issue a citation and we go back and we see that the citation is actually recurring, we connect with DLCA because that's also, it impedes in their license. Then we can actually sit and hear along with DLCA what's going on in terms of the hearing.
Okay. So at some point, maybe we could get together to see if we need to amend the code to see if we could have a joint hearing officer or something as it pertains to this. All right?
Thank you.
Senator,
if I may.
I thought you said we were going to get out of here by 3:30, but go ahead, sir.
I think it's worth saying
Put
that
your name and title.
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I think it's worth saying and adding a voice to that statement because and businesses in the community should know that if you violate one aspect of, let's say, Department of Health, zoning, that is also a violation of your license, fire, etc. That's a violation of, and continued violations along those paths can lead to the suspension, revocation, or other types of administrative action against the license. And I think it's important that they should know that.
Great. And that said, hopefully, between Department of Health, Department of Licensing and Consumer, and whomever else with the fire department, that you all will meet with the festival, division of festivals, with the upcoming festivities and whatnot, so that there's no hiccups with some of those
and we have
business owners.
Senator Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Assistant Commissioner. We have been in regular engagement meetings with the festival committees and with a number of the other sister agencies on these matters.
Okay, and not like the one today where I saw the police department had a town hall meeting between 11 and 12 for folks. I mean, I'm not sure how many people would have showed up 11 o'clock this morning. But Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
First speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening. And President, I vote yes, because again, we got to protect our people. That's number one. Commissioner Encarnacion, would naloxone be, if someone is using these products and they overdose or they think, does naloxone, if I'm saying it right, assist that person in any way?
Not for these products. I actually am going to refer that question over to Renan Steele, because we actually have a naloxone program going, but he'll let you know exactly why this does not correlate with what we're looking at right now.
Okay.
Renan Steele, Deputy Commissioner of Public Health, VI Department of Health. Naloxone actually is specific to treating those with opioid receptors, because the receptor itself is an antagonist for that. In the naloxone, that targets those particular parts. So it wouldn't work for a THC overdose.
Okay, so we are saying that, Assistant Commissioner Graham, we are saying that we are seeing these products in the territory currently.
Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, in conjunction with all of the enforcement entities that work together with us, we are together saying, yes, these products are out there. We have seized and are aware that they are entering into the marketplace.
So what has been done to those businesses that sell these products that you were able to confiscate?
All right. I'm going to allow our Director of Enforcement, Mr. Wilbur Francis, to address that question.
Okay.
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. When we spot these violations, we issue citations. We have them brought in before they we have them brought for due process. Once they get before due process, then it's at the discretion of the attorney, based on the outcome of the case or the disposition of the case, basically. Thereafter, once anything is found, then obviously we can move forward with suspension or revocation based on the nature of the violation.
Excuse me a second. So what exists that makes it a violation? What exists in our laws that makes it a violation currently?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. The violation that exists that the LCA addresses jointly with the Department of Health are based on the terms and conditions and what's permissible according to food safety standard, FDA rules and regs.
Okay, so we don't have anything in our local laws then that says it's a violation?
Wansahar is Director of Enforcement for the Virgin Islands Department of Health. According to the VI code, the Food and Drug Administration Food Code is actually the Virgin Islands Food Code. So automatically, we follow the food code from the Food and Drug Administration. So that's the law we follow.
Okay, so then Attorney General Rea, then the redundancy that you were speaking of in regards to the federal law and this law here, this bill, would it more be a redundancy in what they talk about the food and drug laws that we are obligated to enforce here now? That's more along the lines of what you're talking about?
Yes, I think you're correct, and I think what we've been talking about here, though, is to make sure that our local law is in most ways consistent with the standards and definitions set out in the federal, because that will relieve any conflict issues.
So then this bill would make it a little more clearly defined locally in conjunction with federal laws going forward.
Yes.
Okay, good. And it would alleviate that redundancy more or less. Okay, so now, right now, Commissioner Encarnacion, so right now, if we do have our population, young persons, older persons, exposed to these products, is there treatment at the hospitals, at Department of Health for these individuals to assist them in recovery?
Thank you for the question. Commissioner Encarnacion, Houston Encarnacion, Department of Health. Right now, in reference to the immediate treatment, it depends on the symptoms that they present to emergency room. What we are more concerned about is the long-term effects of the use, especially the younger population. That's really one of the main concerns. In reference to acute care, they are seen into urgent care centers, specifically to the emergency room at the hospitals, and of course, like I said, it goes along with what the symptoms show. But I do have two individuals that can speak to more about what the treatment, long-term treatment, can actually look like if psychosis actually develops. And we've been seeing a lot more substance use focused psychosis throughout the territory, more focused on the younger population, maybe teenagers up until the age of 27 or higher. But we're also seeing misuse that can be exposed to the younger population and sometimes the older population. But I'd like to have Dr. Sims speak a little bit more about that as well.
Okay, I do agree. Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, because I only have the short period of time, can you answer in your time? I have one more question for licensing and consumer.
They could proceed on your time. I'll extend it.
Okay. Okay, well then, Dr. Sims, you could go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dr. Nicole Cragwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health. So because it is so wide-reaching, we're talking about psychosis, paranoia, and the like. So long-term treatments will include anxiety management, psychiatric management, even medications. One of the things that we are aiming to do under the Commissioner's guidance in the Department of Health and the Behavioral Health Division under DC Steele is to improve the education and ramp up the education because the effects can be so wide-reaching. And of course, chemical imbalances affect each person differently. Even taking Tylenol can affect you differently. So the education component of it is going to be the most important. And of course, over time, there has to be considerations for addictive personalities versus just someone trying it for the first time. Versus how to act. So that's going to be our focus moving forward.
Okay, and thank you, Assistant Commissioner and Commissioner, because again, because these things are already existing in our community, it's good to hear that we are addressing long-term, addressing those issues. And finally, if I may, Mr. Chair.
You may.
And finally, for Assistant Commissioner Graham, in regards to the businesses that have been providing these products for sale for persons, does Department of Licensing have any legislation that they think we need to criminalize some of these things rather than it just being, fines and stuff like that? Do we need to make it criminal acts if they're going down this road?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Senator, this measure that's before us today, I believe, does that. It extends increased fines and allows the sale of these items to fall in the right space. So instead of it remaining with as hemp, it goes into the cannabis sort of the cannabis world, and I believe that it does good. The piece of legislation here that you're considering today would do what we're hoping, what we would like to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Very much, Mr. Chair. AC Graham, in respect to the hemp-like businesses, how many businesses is licensed by DLCA for the sale of these type of product at this time? And if you could break that down by district, I'd appreciate it as well. Thanks.
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I can get that before in short order.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Next up, Committee Vice Chair, Senator Fonseca. Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to break this down for the community, because this here could be a little complex. So this bill 36-0105 is to prohibit the possession, sale, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, THCA. And there's various forms. They got the Delta 6 THC, the Delta 8, the Delta 10, and of course, you know, they got the Delta 9, but that's not on the agenda today. So I wanted to go to the Attorney General, Gordon Ray, because you mentioned here that normally justice defers to the Office of Cannabis Regulation and the Hemp Industrial Commission for the guidance on any remaining conflicts. Okay, so you testified that there's a new federal law. It was signed in November 12, 2025. It's going to be implemented in 2026. And the new federal law considers the total THC content and does not automatically outlaw cannabinoids because they are psychoactive or intoxicating. Instead, only the cannabinoids that exceed THC limits are synthetically altered would be banned. Okay, I wanted to concentrate on that statement because if once the federal law is enacted, right, then what would be the effect of this? We would have a state legislation that's more stringent than the federal regulation, or would it be identical to the federal law? Can you answer that, Attorney General?
Okay, whether, as the statute is currently drawn, it would conflict with the federal statute, yeah, there would be a slight difference. Again, I'm not sure, though, what the issue is that you're raising with that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because, you know, I'm in favor of the bill.
Right.
But in your statement, I'm concerned if it would conflict with the federal law. And if it does, then, of course, the federal law is a superseding law. So this would have to be amended. Is that how I'm understanding your statement?
I think that would be the wiser way to go, yes, because that would avoid any future litigation about whether it's a significant conflict of any kind.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I just ask a question to the Office of Cannabis?
You may.
Okay, yes, so you mentioned the implementation time period. I think you mentioned 90 days. What specifically do you want to accomplish in that period?
Joanne Moorhead, Office of Cannabis Regulation. Thank you, Senator Fonseca. The 90 days, the Office of Cannabis Regulation at the moment are working on a lot of other things. And so I just wanted to have enough time to make sure that we draft and promulgate comprehensive rules and regulations for the hemp retailer's license as mentioned in the bill. That's it. It's just to give us enough time to work with our agency partners, our sister agencies in the government, and make sure that we have a set of rules and regulations that are practical and, most importantly, implementable and enforceable.
Okay, so if you can answer on the chair's time, if I may. So you don't need any additional time to address this bill. You're in full support of the bill as amended, as to be amended.
Yes, sir, with the recommendations that we had included in our testimony, and I know some of my other fellow testifiers had a few other additional recommendations, but yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fonseca. Commissioner Encarnacion, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. This is Commissioner Encarnacion from the Department of Health. The reason why I wanted to speak is because I do agree that there has to be some time to promulgate the rules and regs through OCR, and I agree with that, and I support that. I'm actually on the board of OCR. What the concern is for the Department of Health is that the regulation is not in place, so it's like looking at it from the reverse perspective. Since the regulation is in place and we're saying go ahead and sell these products, that means that they're not being tested. We don't have anything right now to weigh what's happening. And so the sales are going to continue. We have established, and we see patients coming into the hospital. We see increased number of psychosis and patients being treated in outpatient facilities because of exposures to substance use like this. So we're actually going to be, without regulation, saying go ahead and sell this product for a period of time until we could get the regulation. I and my team, actually from a public health perspective, feel like it's important to really stop at this point in time because what's being sold is not being monitored. When we get the capability to monitor it, which will also give the opportunity for OCR and us to be able to establish better regulations, then we could define who actually has the license, if that is what the decision is, and exactly regulate them according to what the license actually states. Right now, I think it's still a safety to the territory and to the people of the VI to continue the sales.
And that said, that's why it's very important for us to get the administrative piece together, all what we're doing now, so that when our enforcement officers go out there to operate now, that they're operating within the confines of what they're supposed to be doing and not doing it haphazardly.
Right.
So I really wish we will put the brakes on this and get this thing done correct once and for all. So I too applaud the work that's being done now through these amendments, etc. But actually, what we're seeing is we need to start communicating with each other a little more so that we can cross our T's and dot our I's. Point of information, Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, because I think the Commissioner has just alluded to the fact that there is some risk and liability on the government of the Virgin Islands if we continue to allow for businesses to operate, knowing full well of the culpability and responsibility as a government to ensure that we're doing proper testing. So I wanted to ask the AG or the Commissioner to kind of weigh in on that and the importance of at least, putting a stop to what is going on currently until such time as that we could have the necessary framework in place to protect the government of the Virgin Islands, knowing full well, that, correct testing is not being done. There is a level of exposure that, in fact, we have documented proof based on patients that appear at the facility, at the hospital, that there is something that's right in our community in respect to this. And I just wanted them to weigh in terms of, the culpability and responsibility that weighs heavily on the government of the Virgin Islands.
Gordon Ray, Attorney General. I can see that point. And since the government knows that these products can cause real harm, and we don't know whether or not the ones out there are harmful, have the constituents we're talking about, that's a good question, put it that way. I'd like to take a look at that and see what steps we might be able to take proactively. Obviously, one good proactive step would be to pass this legislation as quickly as possible. And I would stand totally behind that. During the gap between now and when it gets passed, exactly what type of injunction or stay could be ordered within the parameters of the law, I'm just not absolutely positive. I'd be glad to look into that, though, and have that checked out right away, and I can get back hopefully within a day.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Francis.
Thank you very much for saying that. Because in fact, when we were involved in the stakeholders engagement, a lot of times they talk about the sale. Individuals are responsible for the sale of some of these products. Talk about being at the position of adhering to the federal requirements. However, outside of there, whether there's heat that's added now to this product that makes it, conditional, and what has been sold initially and the impact subsequent to leaving the facility is wide open and is on the consumer's responsibility. What happens thereafter, I think is a real concern for me in terms of, again, yes, you're meeting the initial requirement. However, the impact, once other things are altering is being done to that product, the impact that could result as a result to the patient or the individual and consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Next up, we'll hear from Senate Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I read the amendment up and down, and I'd like to ask licensing. Mr. Graham, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
If this amendment is passed and enacted, what happens to the current businesses? What do they have to do? The current people who already have a license, who already import this stuff or products of such nature, what happens to them? Because last time we had this hearing, my office, several people came, showed me invoices where they import these stuff. It's approved by the federal government, customs approve it, let it go on the shelves and everything, and we confiscating it. So tell me today what happens. What's next step?
With the passage of this legislation, it is our hope and desire that what the will and wish of the Senate, and ultimately, if it's signed into law, that we would take immediate action on these measures. I believe that if they have products, I think the law specifies that if you have products, there is a component that seeks to allow them to divest of it within a particular period of time, but still making sure that these are products in accordance with the rules and regs and, the terms and conditions that they have signed.
Okay, Ms. Moorhead, you still there with us?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
So tell me, how would these businesses have to come in compliance with your office?
Joanne Moorhead, Office of Cannabis Regulation. Thank you, Senator Lewis. What I think would have to happen, it would follow, as I see it, a similar process to what we're going through right now with cannabis, and they would have to apply for the hemp retailers licenses. I'm not sure what exactly the number is right now of current existing hemp retailers or hemp retailer licenses, but I know that the number that's put into this bill is a lot lower. So there has to be a process, and I would imagine it would be very similar to the process that's outlined in the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act, where we have a merit-based evaluation process. You have to identify owners, et cetera, and rules around compliance and their ability to meet those compliance regulations. But it would still...
How many businesses already set up to distribute?
I believe the last time I saw a list, and I'm sure Mr. Graham is able to provide that a little later, there were more than 80 plus hemp retailers licenses across the territory. How that's broken down by district, I don't recall, but there were more than 80 to my knowledge.
So after this amendment, each one would have to come into your office and apply for the intoxicating hemp artificially derived cannabinoid retailer license at $15,000.
In theory, yes. I know that I've spoken to some folks who were indicating that they were not interested in continuing to operate in the hemp retailer space. I think the federal government, the changes at the federal government level have also changed people's appetite, let's say, for operating in this space. It makes it a lot more difficult. So I don't think all 80, for example, would be trying to convert their licenses, but I would think that at least a few would.
So you said in theory, reality, however you want to coin it, is $15,000 an average fee throughout the United States?
Senator Lewis, that's a great question. I actually have not looked at what those licenses would cost or do cost in other jurisdictions. And I do think some of the logic that went into that figure came from looking at what we are currently charging for cannabis dispensary licenses and recognizing that should be the higher figure, the higher fee. And so this was intended to be less than that.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up, please. Thank you.
Your time has been called over 2 minutes ago, but I'll allow you to go ahead. Wrap it.
I didn't hear it over here clearly. Somebody made
I understand.
Sentiment.
I understand.
Thank you. Ms. Moorhead, with the implementation of this amendment, you would need more staffing and so forth?
Senator Lewis, I'm always going to ask for more staffing. I have a very small office and we are really, burning candles at both ends trying to do all of the stuff on just the cannabis side. Adding this, while it's not necessarily completely different from what we are doing, it does add significantly to the plates of my already very small staff. But I would love more staff. I could do more with more staff. Always.
My biggest concern is, while I understand what's going on, I just didn't want to destroy or hurt the current businesses. If they have something illegal, that's one thing. But if they're legally and they're complying and they're doing the right thing, to just up and destroy them like this, I have a little problem with that. Not a little, a big problem with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Yes, the consumer, Mr. Graham. Some of these retailers presently right now as hemp, because I know within the amendment there won't be no gas station, or if you're 250 feet away from a school or a church, you can't operate. So some are already going to be eliminated. But my point is, are some of the 80 that you're speaking about, any of them is gas stations?
Certainly. A number of them are attached to the convenience stores at gas stations.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay.
So the answer is yes. I just wanted to quickly, I think through the chair, respond to the inquiry about the number of hemp retailers in the territory currently?
You may.
All right. So this is dealing with the number of approved presently, and it's 72, with 36 approved on St. Thomas, 29 on St. Croix, and 7 on St. John.
Thank you. Before I recognize the bill sponsor, Commissioner, on page 4 of your testimony. Go ahead, Senator Joseph. You're recognized for your point of information.
Most of these businesses presently are operating on the loophole it had before.
The answer is yes. Okay. However, I must say that not everyone is operating in not in compliance, but quite a number of them are. And so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Encarnacion, on page 4 of your testimony, you stated that no new infrastructure is required. Enforcement simply relies on applying the food safety tools already in place to protect Virgin Islands families, etc. And you went on. So, has the agency exercised authority in this regard to date? Your department?
In regards to actually going out and doing inspections on these?
And addressing these things?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And while I do agree with licensing and consumers' recommendations to limit the Hemp Commission's jurisdiction to agricultural and industrial hemp, investing all intoxicating product oversight with the Office of Cannabis Regulation, I must ask OCR if they're actually able to do this.
Point of information.
And if not, how long until you'll be ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the OCR, we are in a position to be able to do this. Again, because it's really not that different when we talk about hemp and cannabis. They're very closely related plants to begin with. And so the recent changes to the federal government even strengthens our ability to just almost mirror what we're doing in the intoxicating hemp retailer space and the cannabis license space. So it's not so much a matter of reinventing the wheel. It's just making sure that we cover all our bases and, like somebody said earlier, dot all our I's and cross our T's and make sure that we do it right, because we do have the time and obviously the interest in making sure that we get it right, to not have this continued loophole.
All right, thank you. AG, is it currently legal for minors to purchase these products?
I have not looked at those statutes. I do not know. But I'm not familiar with any law that says they can't.
And what would happen? Please hold your point during my time, please. What would happen if we simply ban these products outright?
What would happen to what?
I mean, should we just ban these products outright?
That would be one way to go, yeah. I mean, that would certainly totally prevent juveniles from getting them.
I saw in your testimony that you also, I was
Senator
speaking. Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Moorhead.
Sorry, Senator Gittens. I just wanted to make sure also, if to answer fully your question in terms of prohibition of these elements and these compounds that we're talking about, specifically the tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, THCA, that is a naturally occurring compound that is found in the plant. And so Delta 8, Delta 6, Delta 10, those are slightly different, but I just wanted to make sure that we understand that if we're talking about prohibition, which I don't think usually works anyway, I do think that we need to remove the THCA from that conversation because it is naturally occurring, and that would have, I think, more far-reaching effects than intended.
All right, thank you. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information, and then we move into the bill sponsor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Encarnacion, you're the Commissioner of Health, and so you have special legal powers to protect the public health. And I just wanted to be clear, were you possibly recommending that the sale of these products be withheld or stopped until you get the regulations, the rules implemented? Was that your specific recommendation, that the sales be held until that time?
This is Commissioner Encarnacion from the VI Department of Health, and to answer your question, yes. And the reason why that recommendation is there because right now they are not being regulated to the point they're not legal and should not be sold. So if we say tomorrow that they're legal and can be sold, or we are going to extend the time in which they can sell the products, that means that they're selling the products, and those individuals that are buying the products all respond to it in a different manner. Some of them are actually becoming addicts on those products, and some of them are developing psychosis on those products. And it's for that reason, until, if passed, until we have the regulatory requirements in place, that where we can actually provide protection for the VI population, I think we really need to go in that direction. And one of the other things that I'd like to say, since I have the mic, is I'm not completely opposed, of course, not to having DLCA, OCR, as well as the Hemp Commission work together. That's one of the things that we advocate, work together to get this done. It's not something that we can actually do by ourselves. So having that be a joint venture is something I think is more effective. I go back to say that if we don't know what we are actually, what we're looking for when we go into stores, and we say, okay, it's okay for you to sell this, but we have no manner in which we can test what's being sold, but we know that we have negative outcomes from a physiological as well as a psychological aspect, then I would have to say from a public health perspective, it's safer to wait until those regulations are in place before we allow them to sell. And I know Senator Avery spoke about the fact that he disagrees with destroying the products. If you don't destroy the products, they are going to be sold to individuals that is going to have that effect upon them. That's what my scare is. Not the fun. It's you have to weigh the safety of the population to the finances at this point in time, and that's what I'm asking about.
Okay, and Commissioner, but you have the authority right now to stop the sale until this goes into effect, because after it passes this committee, then it has to go to the Rules Committee, then it has to go for session, and then it has to go to the governor before it's even enacted. But do you have the power right now to ban the sale?
We have the power to ban the sale when it comes to edibles from an agriculture standpoint, or from FDA standpoint, so we follow rules and regs per FDA. One of the things that we do not, and that's in correlation with DLCA, is the flowers, the beds, and what we do not have authority to do, and that would be more so DLCA. But yes, we do have the authority to do that. One of the things that we spoke about in the testimony is ensuring that we increase the number of education, the training, as well as the audits that's actually going to be conducted in these locations. We have to put all of that in place, so we have the ability to do that now.
And I would recommend that you do implement what you have to do to protect the public health. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
It's Senator Lewis.
Oh, Senator Lewis? Where he got that bass from in his voice. Wow, okay.
Thank you. First thing, my name is Avery Lewis. Not Williams, not Johnson. Avery Lewis. Commissioner Encarnacion, I did not say do not destroy the products. All I was looking out for was the concerns of the existing businesses. What would happen to the businesses? How that would, if they would be dissolved or whatever. I never said don't destroy the product. If the product is creating a problem, of course, by all means, let's get rid of the problem. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Encarnacion, if I may, Senator Avery Lewis. I am well aware of your name. I am sorry for that error. But actually, some of them will have to be destroyed, and I know that the retailers have actually been coming to senators as well as ourselves, the DLCA, actually having really and truly some negative reactions to being monitored for their for having their individuals, for having their sales confiscated. Those things have actually we've been seeing over the last few months. And we know that it's very hard for them, but like I said, from a public health perspective, we have to focus on the health-related issue versus the finances at this point in time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We must educate and regulate, so I agree with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lewis. I did say I would go into the bill sponsor, but I forgot we have the Rules Chair, Senator Carla Joseph. You recognized for your 3 minutes.
so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the conversation we're having. Good day to everyone. How are you doing, Commissioner Encarnacion? Because my question is going to come to you because I had a chance to read the proposed amendment and in the nature of a substitute. And I really want to say, I really want to thank the bill sponsor because I know they've been working tirelessly on addressing this issue. And it's a good conversation because we are having some challenges, especially with our minors using these substances, even in school, and then they are having these psychedelic and other psychological and psychic episodes, and even sometimes adults. Now, I want to go to Section 3 of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, because you represented under questioning from the vice chair of this committee that you have authorization or to remove these products from the shelves. Is this locally in law, or is this because of FDA?
Because of it, this is Commissioner Encarnacion, the VI Department of Health, per FDA. It is actually part of the food code in our law.
Okay, because I don't know if you had an opportunity to read this section. I think that's what we were concerned about. It would allow the retailers who currently have the tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, Delta 6, THC, Delta 8, and Delta 10, about 60 days or 90 days from the effective date of this act to sell or otherwise dispose of their remaining inventory in accordance with the regulation promulgated by the Office of Cannabis Regulation. And then after 90 days period, the Office of Cannabis Regulation, in coordination with the industrial hemp, shall establish and implement a plan for the lawful disposition of any remaining unsold products. I'm concerned about this based on your testimony, especially looking at the factors that you have, looking at us here in the Virgin Islands having insufficient personnel to deal with what I see as a tidal wave of mental illness in our community, and some of these products do heighten those type of episodes. Mr. Chairman, may I? So let me just get to the meat of it. So do you see?
I didn't give you the go ahead yet, though.
I thought you did.
You may wrap it up. I'll give you 60 seconds.
So I wanted to ask if you see that this is a conflict in any way, this section is a conflict in any way that you can achieve public safety given the gravity of what is happening with our people here in respect to these products.
Commissioner Encarnacion and Senator, that is exactly what I was speaking about. And not because I agree that if indeed this is passed, and we do have OCR having writing regulations that needs to be promulgated as well, prior to that occurring, the length of time that it takes for that to occur, to give them 90 days or even more or less, means that they're going to be selling these products to our people, to our youth, because even though adults may buy them, they may get into the hands of youth as well as the elderly population, which really and truly causes public health and harm to them. And like I said, I do have BC Steele as well as Dr. Sims here. If you want to have more information on the psychological effect and the physiological effect, we can discuss that as well.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, what I would like to hear from you would be your recommendation in lieu of this in the interim, because it seems like we need to act quickly and not put this portion in, and to give you authorization as outlined in the FDA that you can go in and take these products off the shelves.
Commissioner Canasing, my recommendation would really be to halt on the sale because, one, they're legal at this point in time, and we do not have the regulatory requirements set in place at this point in time to be able to look at what's happening and do some investigation on an ongoing basis, and I think that really poses a risk to the community.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I do have a follow-up question because she said that, but you are law enforcement, so you know what the next question would have been.
Time has been called. I'm not sure what your question would have been, but we'll proceed to Mr. Director Francis.
If you had allowed me, I would have.
At this time, Director Francis, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. To add to Commissioner Encarnacion's point and also to answer Senator Lewis's questions, right now as it stands, these entities that are possessing these products with regards to the Delta 8, those products that are for human or animal consumptions, they are not authorized to be selling those products as it is. So if they're on the shelf wrongfully. Our terms and conditions do not allow them to do that.
And if they're on the shelves wrongfully,
then when we address those businesses, we remove them.
hence why I ask if there were inspections being made. Strict enforcement is key. Senator, someone had a point. Senator Joseph, go ahead. Your quick point. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your quick point.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. There's two Josephs here, so I wasn't sure which one you were referring to. I wanted to ask a question regarding the enforcement portion and the penalties. Should we make an amendment to this bill that they be removed and the halt? What appropriate penalties can we impose or is on the books perhaps existing that would be appropriate for those retailers that still have these products on the shelves illegally? Recommendation.
Who is your question posed to?
It would be to DLCA and the AG's office.
Currently, thank you, Senator Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Currently, the citation that we issue would be about $500. I think we go to $500, and we go through the process for addressing violations. Now, if there were the opportunity to increase that, certainly I would say $1,000 or $1,500, something that would be prohibitive, but I don't have any, currently under the law, we can go as high as $500 per citation.
So have you issued any citations for the $500 mark thus far?
Wilbur Francis, Director of Enforcement. Yes, Senator, we have.
Okay. Senator, thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Does that answer your question, or you want to hear from the AG?
That would be good.
AG, you want to respond? Or you have a response?
Attorney General Gordon Ray. Yeah, I mean, we could always up the fine. And I see in the proposed legislation, the amendment, it says if the commission finds some person or entities violated any provision, there's a civil fine of $2,500 for the first offense and not less than $5,000 for a second offense. And if they do it yet a third time or more, then they can have their permits revoked. And it seems to me those are pretty fair consequences of violating the law.
So in other words, it's addressed in the amendment before you. Okay, thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph,
Senator
Director Moorhead.
So sorry to interrupt.
No.
Before you go back and leave this penalties conversation, I too agree with the AG. I think the fines that are proposed in the bill are great. I do want to just call out one more time that I don't think the Hemp Commission is the correct or the appropriate authority for that. They don't have it existing already. So I just wanted to reiterate that I think it would be more appropriate for another agency to be responsible for those fines and penalties.
Another agency like
OCR.
All right, Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment in front of us do address the Attorney General by we following along with the federal law. We do address the OCR, and we also will be addressing businesses to allow them a pathway to function. I will agree with the OCR director as far as some folks are ready to pull out because the product they have doesn't meet the shelf. So they are ready to close their businesses. But as far as the framework inside of this particular amendment, again, we cover fees, we cover penalties, and it was a lot of work. And we I think we're on the path in the direction we need to go. Because I too agree with you, Commissioner, that every other accident that you end up meeting in a hospital or any place else, it's not a good feeling. Nobody wants to see their family falling on the wayside. And listening to Mr. Graham's testimony was clear as far as being able to address not just closing the door and saying let's shut it down all in one, but allow this pathway, because without this pathway, we'll be ending up with the results that he's speaking about. Everybody else garbage from the States going to end up here anyway. Not all, but some. And those might even be worse than what's on the shelves right now. So that's it for my time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. As I listen to all this again, all that we're doing will be all for naught if we don't have regulations and strict enforcement. Strict enforcement. And the respective directors should know that effective enforcement begins with presence. And your presence begins with professionalism. And I say that to both of you because uniforms, proper uniforms, are a symbol of not only authority, but a symbol of discipline and a symbol of the trust that this community has placed in us as law enforcement officers. I am truly sick to my stomach to see the appearance of our law enforcement officers today. It appears that since COVID, we have made T-shirt and jeans our uniform of the day. And I'm going to start here now, since I'm sitting in the chair, to say that it is time to change. In my opinion, we have lost a true legacy of being second to none in our nation when it comes to our law enforcement dress appearance. I'm asking you all, as the agency and department leads on this, and the respective agency and department heads, to please, let's address this. Let's address this. We have truly lost a legacy. The finance chair is here as a former police commissioner. I can tell you that when we have gone to Washington, D.C. to represent this territory, when our uniforms pull into Washington, D.C., all eyes were on us.
even without a Class A jacket. Look at what we have come to. I ask you again, I implore and I beg of you guys from here and now, lead from the front. Let's get properly attired so that people can respect the office that you hold. Again, enforcement is going to be key to this. All right? Do I hear a motion or an amendment at this time?
Motion.
Amendment?
Amendment.
Amendment, Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
I move amendment number 36-565, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 360105, offered by myself. Bill number 360105 is amended by striking all language after enactment clause and inserting the following. Section 1, Title 7, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 3, is amended as follows. In Section 200, by striking subsection D and E, and 2, by adding the following definitions and designating the remaining definition accordingly. Blank. Cannabidiol or CBD means non-psychotropic compound found in cannabis sativa L plants that contains not more than 0.3% delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol THC on a dry weight basis. Blank. Container means the innermost wrapped package or vessels in a direct contact with the hemp-derived cannabinoid product, and in which the product is enclosed for retail sale, including a jar, bottle, bar, box, packet, can, carton, or cartridge. Blank. Hemp means all parts and derivatives of cannabis sativa L plants, including their extracts, cannabinoids, isomers, acids, salt, and salt isomers, with a total concentration of delta-9.
Motion.
Excuse me, Senator Joseph. I hear a motion in the St. Thomas Chambers.
Yes, Senator Lewis.
Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. I move to waive the reading of amendment number 36565. I so move.
Second.
The motion to waive the balance of the reading of Amendment 36-565 has been properly moved by Senator Lewis and seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I so move. I move bill number 30.
1 second.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator. The waiving of the bill have been properly moved by Senator Clifford A. Joseph and seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion at this time?
Motion.
Senator Joseph, you recognize for your motion.
I move bill number 360105 as amended, an act amending Title 7 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Chapter 3, to prohibit the possession, sales, or manufacture of tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, delta-6 THC, delta-8 THC, and delta-10 THC products in the Virgin Islands and for other related purposes. I so move. Second.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Properly moved by Senator Bill number 36, that's 0105, as amended, has been properly moved by Senator Clifford A. Joseph.
and seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Angel Bulcas Jr. Senator Bulcas absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yes. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins,
Frank.
yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph Sr., yes. Mr. Chair, we have 6 yes, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0105, as amended, has been voted upon favorably here in this committee. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has been voted upon favorably and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee. Congratulations on the movement of this bill over to the Rules and Judiciary Committee, and I'm pretty sure that additional work will be done on this, and please, and more collaboration on this amongst the sister agencies or brother agencies as well. All right, at this point, I will give the a 30-second closeout. We will start with you, Commissioner Encarnacion.
Commissioner Encarnacion, VA Department of Health, thank you so much for having us here today and allowing us to present the public health side of what we need to do. Really and truly do support the Office of Cannabis Regulation as well as our partners with DLCA and the Hemp and Hemp Commission. We will continue to work together to ensure that the public's health remains safe, and we do what we need to do, and that means developing more protocols, so we will do to ensure safety. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And you understood my little rant about the proper
Uniform attire.
dress uniform of our enforcement officers, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you. Executive Director Moorhead.
Yeah, I think I'm going to
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. The OCR is ready and stands ready and willing and able to work with our sister agencies, as we already are. We already have an enforcement task force that's been working on some other things, and now we just fold this into our continued work, always with public health and safety at front of mind for all of us, I believe, in the work that we do. So thank you to this committee. Thank you to my fellow OCR staff, my DLCA, DOH, Department of Justice colleagues, and I look forward to working with everybody to roll this out in a way that serves the public's best interests.
Thank you. Attorney General Ray.
Attorney General Gordon Ray, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this matter. This is a bill that I think is important to the community. It's critical for health, and it's also critical to help protect our young ones. And I stand strongly behind it, as does the entire Department of Justice, and I'm ready to work with any of the other agencies involved to help bring it to fruition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And you sat right in the rear there and heard Block 1 earlier today and some of the concerns of my colleagues with what's going on in the Bureau of Corrections. So I'm hopeful that there'll be collaboration as well between the BOC and the DOJ.
And I'd be glad to explain to you, sir, that that's been happening. I've been several times over to BOC. I've spent quite a bit of time with the Commissioner Testamark, and we've developed a very good working relationship, and we're actually working together to try. trying to put together the mental health section.
So the Combayas must have a desired outcome for the public, so that punishment can be swift and severe. All right? And that's what the public is not seeing at this time. So, DLCA?
Senator and public, I believe that meaningful legislation is when it really impacts a broad range of individuals, and especially the less fortunate and most vulnerable in our community. And I thank the committee and my sister agencies and those that we've been working with for a very long time for the support and the work that went into the passage of this legislation. Thank you. I want to thank also the hardworking men and women at the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs who dedicate their time, effort, and energy towards supporting the work of keeping the people of the Virgin Islands safe. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this moment. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. And the Committee on Homeland Security. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, December 4th, 2025 is hereby adjourned. Thank you all.